That's why you keep your little drink. That's the only one.
The orange. Those two bricks.
Okay, great. That's all we have.
Yeah.
Well, this is it.
Oh.
Still calling it
And then my track on it.
Well, then I'll bring more. Some of the flavors are good, like mango. And,
This had 19.
she's here today. Okay. Bring the jury in, please. Morning. Thank you for bringing that candy. That was very nice.
Jurors are entering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, everyone may be seated. Defense, you may call your next witness when you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. Lynn Rodriguez.
Good morning. Remain standing to be sworn, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated.
Thank you.
The stationary microphone on the
You're going to be using
desk
this one.
is your microphone. If you would please
Doesn't move.
speak in.
Just gotta
There you
put
go. Speak into the microphone. Tell us your full name and then spell your last name, please.
Lynn Borden Rodriguez, Rodriguez.
Thank you. Mr. Curtis, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for
Good
being
morning.
here. Why are you here?
I'm here because I was subpoenaed
Okay.
to be here.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a retired school teacher. I have elementary and ESE certifications.
Okay. And how long were you a teacher?
With Broward, 19 and a half years, and I also taught in other states.
Okay. What is your experience teaching ESE students?
I first got my degree in elementary and ESE, at Fitchburg State in Massachusetts. I have taught public schools from kindergarten through high school. I have taught in residential programs for autistic as well as behaviorally handicapped teens, usually in a residential. I have also been in private schools, so I have done quite a bit as well as in the public school clusters.
And were you one of Nicholas's teachers?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you remember what grade you taught him for?
Part of 3rd and 4th grade.
And do you remember what his eligibilities were as an ESE student when he entered your class?
EBD, which is emotionally behaviorally, just I'm a little nervous here.
That's okay.
Disabled disorder.
Okay.
And language.
Okay. Emotional, behavioral, and language, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said part of 3rd grade.
Yes.
Okay. Did he start 3rd grade somewhere else?
Yes, he was in another classroom within the cluster.
And why did he move into your classroom, if you know?
I believe he was moved into mine. Sometimes in education, certain teachers work a little bit better and differently with a student.
Okay, so from what you knew about his other 3rd grade teacher, why did you think you worked better with him?
This was a decision made by the ESE specialist, myself, parent, and we had a different style, and I do believe I had taught longer.
Okay. How many children were in your 3rd grade class?
11, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to show you actually what's already been entered into evidence is D27, and you can tell me if this is your 3rd grade class. Hold on.
Yes.
Okay. So
Or
there's-
4th grade. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
High class.
You have 9 children in your class?
At this time, yes.
Okay. And do you see Nicholas in the photo?
Yes.
Okay, which one is he?
He is on the left side of the first row.
Okay. Did you have any other staff members in the class with you?
Yes, I had an assistant who had taken courses also. So she was not an aide, she was an assistant.
Okay, and is she also in this photo?
Yes, she's on the left.
Okay. And did you work with any other school staff with respect to trying to meet the needs of the children in your class?
Yes, we were in a cluster program, so I worked with the ESA specialist, Dr. Ahayan. I worked with the counselor, Mr. Noonan. It was a close group, so we would work together. The principals, they would know what was happening, and if we were going to mainstream, of course, that teacher would also be included.
Okay. And tell us a little bit more, excuse me, about your cluster classroom. What sort of strategies or features did it have that would help the ESE students?
In my classroom, a cluster, we had a very structured program. They came in, the rules were specific, like I couldn't say you need to be good. They needed to know what my requirements were. They also had a sheet on it so we could give points. They could have points up to earn something for the end of the day, and then on the Fridays. There are also sections for if there was a behavior that was inappropriate, they would also have consequences for that. I taught all the academic subjects, multi-grade. They went out for music, art, and lunch.
Okay. And when you would give them assignments, how would you instruct them on how to do them?
I would usually do it orally. I would also write things so that they have more than one way to get the information that I wanted. also with simple instructions, not really complicated.
Okay. What do you remember about Nicholas when he first came to your class?
Nicholas was very quiet. He was aloof. He didn't blend in well with the other students. I'm trying to think, anxious, very anxious. He was very much, when he had his belongings in the classroom, he knew where they were. He did not want to share. That would upset him. And as I said, very quiet. And we also had activities for the students to learn how to get along. But he also had extra help because of his levels of academics.
Okay. What about, you said he was aloof. What did you mean by that?
He didn't really blend in with the other students. He stayed apart. In the classroom, outside, PE, or, just recess, that type of thing. He would be apart.
Okay. And what about his emotions? Did he display them? Could you tell how he was feeling in any given day?
Yes, he didn't display a lot, but you would know if he was more anxious that day by his, movements. He didn't emote a lot. You didn't see him laughing or happy or more anxious and getting angry. He would clench and put his arms together like that.
Did you meet his mother, Linda?
Yes, I did.
What did you think about her?
She was very kind. She was interested. We made some suggestions for her on Nicholas, and she seemed receptive that we would have, suggestions for how to help him, especially with the death of his father and other situations.
And what suggestions did you give her regarding the death of his father?
The death of his father had not really been delved into, so we suggested he go to a program, Tomorrow's Rainbow, and that works with horses as well as counseling so that he could get some help on the death of his dad.
Okay, and did Linda ever talk to you about the dynamic in the home with the three of them?
We talked with her. We knew that there was some bullying going on, so we discussed that. And that it was within the family as well as, I would imagine, on the bus and in school.
Okay, and when you say bullying in the family, what do you mean?
I believe his half-brother, Zach, was part of that.
Okay, so was Zach bullying Nick, or was Nick bullying Zach?
Oh, I'm sorry, Zach bullying Nick.
Okay. What do you remember about Nicholas's physical appearance?
Nicholas was very small for his age, thin, always clean, just really, really small compared to the other students.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 5P for identification. May I approach the witness?
You may.
And tell me, ma'am, if you recognize those documents.
Oh. Okay, Ms. Pillsbury. I see some of the paperwork for myself as well as some of the other ESD teachers.
So, what are these documents?
Their assessments for Nicholas's performance as well as, I believe, their conference forms. And they're sent out every 8 weeks to let the parent know what the progress is, what we need help with, what he's doing well with.
Okay, and when are these documents created?
Halfway through the quarter of school.
Okay, so at the time or around the time of the conferences or the relevant period.
Right.
Okay. And one of the documents is actually a conference form from a teacher, another teacher he had in 4th grade. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, did you review that one at the time?
Mrs. Pillsbury?
Yes.
I probably did, because usually I sent them out together.
Okay. And do these conference forms accurately depict the forms that you created when you had these conferences with Nicholas's mother?
They would be the best that I could do, yes, accurate.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to request that 5P be moved into evidence.
What is it again, 5B?
P is in Paul.
Okay. Is there any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor.
5P for identification will be received as defense 38.
Your Honor, is a composite.
Composite exhibit, thank you.
So I want to talk about how Nicholas performed in your class. How did he function academically in your class?
Nicholas was below level in all academic areas. So, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I would have small groups or one-on-one. My assistant also could aid. We did hands-on activities. Nicholas liked that. No science or math. That type of learning would be better for him. So we would do that type. But he was below in all levels.
Okay, and what were some of his problems that gave him that made him below level?
I think he had difficulty focusing and staying on task and also retaining the information. We had some trouble with math and that, so we again did the hands-on and just fidgety and just hard for him to stay on task.
Okay, and did he do better when he was with the whole class or a very small group?
Very small group.
Okay, and did he display frustration from his inability?
Yes, he did.
Academically?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Were you aware, while he was in your class, of his FCAT scores?
I would have been, yes.
Okay, and do you recall what they were when he was in 3rd grade?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay, if I were to show you the scores from the 3rd grade, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'll come back to that in just a minute. Was he receiving any occupational therapy in your class?
Not in my classroom, no.
Okay. Do you know whether he had any motor skill issues? Do you recall that?
I think fine motor, maybe cutting and that type.
Okay. Did you try to work with him on that?
I don't recall, but most likely, yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you his... Actually, I'll just go ahead and show you all of them, and then I'll ask you about them.
Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez, what is the FCAT?
The FCAT is the Florida Comprehensive Assessment Test that we were doing through the state.
Okay, and is that done every year by the students?
It is done every year by the state.
And what does it test?
It was testing his reading and math scores as well as writing.
Okay. And what were his grades, or what were his scores on the FCAT in third grade?
Okay, third grade for reading, he was below in all of the content areas. Do you want me to say what those were? Or?
Just, so what is the scale?
He had a level 2 overall in third grade in reading.
And what's the highest?
5.
A 5?
Mm-hmm.
So is 2 a passing grade, or I don't know if it's passing or not, but
They want it to be higher.
they want it to be higher. It's below level. Okay. What about his math score?
His math score in third grade was a level 1
Okay.
out of 5.
1 out of 5. Is that the lowest?
Yes.
Okay. What about in fourth grade? How did he do at the end of fourth grade?
His reading score was 3,
Okay.
but he was below level on 3 out of 4 tests.
3 out of 4 tests?
Other, yes, subtests.
What was the one subtest that he was above level on? Or at level?
Comparison and cause and effect.
Okay. What about his math score in fourth grade?
His math score was level 1.
Still a level 1.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And then he also took a reading assessment in fourth grade?
Reading?
Yes, is one of those.
I have
I'm
writing.
sorry, the writing. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I meant writing.
Yes.
My fault.
That's okay. I mean, that's okay.
And how did he do on that?
He had 4 out of 6 points in writing.
Okay, and what does that equate to?
Okay. Let me check here. Well, I would think that having 4, since they can get out of 6, they even can get unscorable. So for 4, I would say that would be on level, I would think.
Okay. And you said earlier that he didn't really interact much with his classmates. Did you ever see him interacting with them?
Not if he initiated it himself, no. But if I had programs where we were working as well as academics on their behavior and emotions. So I would have certain activities that each one would be part of, single or in a small group, or rarely in a whole group.
Okay. And how was his behavior when he first came to your class?
I believe when he first came, he was quiet, stayed to himself, anxious. You tell by his face and the clutching and with his mouth and everything.
Was he disruptive to the class?
He did become disruptive, yes.
Okay, when did that start happening?
There was too much pressure, and I remember, I think in 4th grade, you know, he had trouble in school class as well as on the bus.
Okay. Did there come a time when he was mainstreamed into some classes in the 4th grade?
I think he was. That again is a joint decision. He went in, and I had a program where the points, so he would get a report from that teacher. I was also very close to the teachers with whom I mainstreamed. So she would let me know, and then it was decided that he does better with the smaller groups, and with 9 kids and 2 people in there, that's much better for him.
Okay, do you remember what classes he was mainstreamed for?
I believe he is mainstream for math and reading, the 2.
Okay, it wasn't language arts?
No.
Okay. And do you know why he was mainstreamed for those particular classes?
I don't know.
What sort of behaviors did you see him exhibiting in the 4th grade?
Towards the end, he could be very disruptive. He could be cursing and angry and throwing things, disrespect. Sometimes he even ripped up some of the other students' work or ruined a project, which would be, of course, very upsetting for them.
At some point in the 4th grade, was he given a privilege?
He was. We had a personnel, and for student council, she included everyone, cluster children as well. So he did go a few times to student council meetings with one other student to come back and tell us what was happening.
Okay, and did he maintain that status or that privilege, or did he?
No, he
What
did
happened?
not. Because of his behavior, disruptive and aggressive in other situations, that privilege was taken away.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that you had some experience with autistic
Yes.
children.
Mhm.
And did you think that could be partly what's going on with him?
I did not see that myself.
Okay. What did you think?
I thought the behavior, I thought we knew that he had a hard start with the biological and the drugs. We knew that he was adopted and then went to wake up his father when he was 5, and his father had passed away. I think with him being small and everything, he just couldn't stand up for himself at that time.
Okay. And did he move on to the 5th grade?
I believe he got a ESC promotion.
What is an ESE promotion?
It means that they have not made the test scores and that, but they feel they should be promoted.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
Okay, so you said it was an ESE good cause promotion.
Yes.
And does that have to do with whether he's already been retained? Do you know?
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. It's just, and it's not, again, it's a group decision.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, state cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Rodriguez. How are you?
All right. Thank you.
So, 3rd and 4th grade, he was your student, correct?
Yes.
And he was receiving ESE services
Yes.
with you, correct?
Yes.
And we met Mr. Noonham. That was his family counselor, correct?
Yes.
And he was seeing him 90 minutes a week, one day a week for 90 minutes.
Usually it would be a few days.
I'm sorry?
It would usually be a few days, 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. So it was maybe 3 days,
Yeah.
30 minutes each.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit or closer
Okay.
to that mic.
Okay,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
you're welcome.
And he was also receiving speech pathology services as well?
Speech language, yes. Speech and language services, yes.
Okay. And was that a couple times a week for about an hour each time or 30 minutes each time?
I would say it was a couple times a week, 30 minutes,
Okay. 30 minutes each?
with a speech language pathologist.
Okay. So that's a professional who
Right.
would come in who would give him services?
Yes,
Okay. And was he also receiving specialized instruction in all of his academic areas?
yes,
Okay. And that would be every day,
yes.
hours a day?
Yes, this was a self-contained classroom, and so we would go through all the academics in a small setting,
Okay.
in small groups.
And he would also receive specialized instruction in behavior, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So when you say EBD, emotional behavior disorder?
disorder.
Okay. And so he had behavioral problems in addition to language problems?
Yes,
Okay. But in the school setting, behavioral problems, if they're a pattern, can be a reason to have special services, right?
yes,
Okay, and so those behavioral problems could be throwing things, correct?
yes,
It could be hitting people, correct?
yes,
It could be destroying property.
yes,
Okay, and I'm not quibbling with that. That's how children, especially at that age, should be treated. But we're talking about if they were older, if they were adults, if they were out on the street, those would be crimes, wouldn't they?
they could be, yes,
Okay, because you can't destroy people's property.
Right.
You can't hit people, right?
correct,
Okay. So, but in the school setting, appropriately so, that trying to change the behavior at a young age, correct?
correct,
And that's a good goal. No one's disputing that. Okay. But that's what that's what part of his ESC was because of his behavior in the school, correct?
correct,
Okay. And there was also specialized instruction for his social skills too, correct?
yes, there were,
All right. And in addition to those accommodations, was he also given, for example, flexible presentations, such as directions that were given to him? Were they given in a way to make him understand better?
yes, we would give it in 1 or 2 steps, the directions. We would also sometimes write it, or we would show them exactly what we're expecting before we expected them to do the task.
And it's part of his ESC that he's to be given verbal encouragement, correct?
Yes, yes,
So if he did anything well, you were on top of him saying, "Great job, Nick," right?
yes, I believe we were very good at that, looking at what was good and accomplished.
And you would allow movement as needed for him?
Yes, if you needed. If it was not to just get out of a particular task, yes. Because we had a small classroom where that was set up for that.
And his proximity of his seating, I don't know if it applied to everyone in that class, but it's a small enough class that he's pretty close to you.
Yes,
Or the assistant in the classroom, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Plus, I was a teacher that walked around my students a lot. I did not just sit and instruct them there.
Okay. And that's what he got in 3rd and 4th grade when you were there, correct?
Yes, yes.
And for some reason, he was mainstreamed. Now, I couldn't exactly hear what you said when he was mainstreamed. He was mainstreamed in 5th grade or 4th grade? You don't recall?
I believe for 4th grade for a little while, and that was not successful, so he came back to the cluster group.
Okay, so why did he get mainstreamed?
That is a committee's decision. I'm wondering, because I don't know the answer to that, but when I look at the subjects, those were the 2 biggest subjects for testing.
For what?
For testing, the FCAT. So I'm not sure.
Well, so when you were being asked about the FCAT before by Ms. Curtis, and you talked about the, let me get that. Is there a second exhibit? You did too? Oh, you didn't enter it?
No, you didn't.
Okay. I have it. Just a second. The FCAT for reading in 2010 reading was a 3.
Yes,
Do you recall that? Or you still have it in front
I
of you?
still have it. Oh, 3rd grade?
I think that's 4th grade.
3rd, you're right.
No, 4th grade.
3rd grade was a 2.
I'm sorry?
3rd grade was 2 out of,
No, I was asking you about 4th grade.
right, that's
Spring
3.
2010. Do you have that?
Yes,
Okay. And so he scored a level 3, correct?
yes,
Now, that was what's considered on-grade level, correct?
yes,
Actually, it's a little bit above grade, a little bit above on-grade level, correct?
yes,
And so, I mean, you said before in reference to 3rd grade that it was a level 2, and level 2, isn't that indicating limited success with the content on the FCAT? Is that what the achievement level of 2 means?
yes,
And level 3 means indicates partial success with the content on the FCAT, correct?
yes,
And that partial success means that's where he's supposed to be in 4th grade.
right,
Okay, so that's pretty good, isn't it, for him?
yes,
Okay. I mean, you said, 1 to 5, but a 3, that's an average score that's on grade level, correct?
yes,
Okay. And that was in 4th grade.
yes.
Okay. Now, you didn't have him in 5th grade, correct?
Correct.
Did you get to look at any of the records and how he did in 5th grade
No,
in his achievements?
no, I didn't.
Were you given his test results from a psychological evaluation report that said his general cognitive ability is within the average range of intellectual functioning? Have you seen that?
I don't recall.
I'll show you. Mary, there's more. SBBC 696.
She says she's not familiar with anything from the 5th grade.
I'll show her.
Okay, the objection's overruled.
were the, what year was third grade?
I had in 2008, 2009, I believe.
Okay. And fourth grade was 2009 to 2010. Right.
I don't think I had him 2010. I had him halfway through third and then fourth. So 2008, 2010, 2009, 2010.
You did have them, so 2008 to 2010, but there's some, I'm not saying every month.
Right.
Okay. So I'm showing you a report date from June 24th, 09, psychological evaluation report done by psychologist Dr. Jennifer Klein.
Yes.
And you could read it as much as you want, but I'm going to direct your attention to SBBC 696, that's page 3 of this.
Okay.
But I'll let you look at it in the first paragraph of page 3.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to ask again. She's never seen this. It's not refreshing her recollection. She didn't know these things.
It's cross-examination.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
Did you get to read page 3, the first paragraph?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the defendants, I'll limit so I can read it correctly.
Okay.
Don't want to misquote it. Did you read that it said Nicholas's general cognitive ability is within the average range of intellectual functioning as measured by the Reynolds Intellectual Assessment Scales? His overall thinking and reasoning abilities exceed those of approximately 32% of children his age. Nicholas's verbal reasoning abilities are within the average range. His nonverbal reasoning skills are also within the average range. Is that what it said?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you remember that from him being your student?
I'm sure that I saw Dr. Klein's report. I did not remember.
Okay. Your Honor, based on the certificate of authenticity that has already been filed in this case, this is SBBC 694 through 698. The state would offer State's Exhibit 24W into evidence. Just for the record, there's some highlighting on this one, so we'll do a clean copy.
You're going to substitute it at a later time?
I'm sorry?
You're going to substitute a clean copy at a later time?
Yes, without any highlighting on it, we'll just put the,
Okay, is there any objection other than what's already been stated by the defense?
No, I just asked if you published it, would it be a clean copy?
Okay, well, it's a state exhibit, so they can publish if they want it. S24, states 24W will be received as states 483. It's a composite exhibit.
No, just for clarification, I'm just asking if you published the dedicated clean copy,
Yeah,
not the one for
no problem.
Thank you.
if I may show that page to the jury, Your Honor. Page 696. Okay. So going back to the mainstreaming questions, so it's a joint decision whether or not the defendant should have been mainstreamed in 4th grade, correct?
Yes, it is.
And so it's members of the ESE committee.
Yes, it would be the ESE specialists, teachers, specialists for language, speech, as well as the teacher we thought could be taking Nicholas for mainstream.
Okay.
Taking the
For mainstream.
And did he go to Miss or Mr., I don't know, N. Russo and C. Pillsbury?
Mrs. Russo.
Okay, those names are
She
familiar
was
to you.
She was the teacher, and Mrs. Pillsbury was also an ESE teacher within the classroom.
Okay, I'm going to show you a document, SDBC 1738. See if this refreshes your recollection as to when he was mainstreamed.
Yes.
What was the date on that?
February 19th, 2010.
What is that document?
This is an interim. In between the quarters, we give halfway through an interim report to the parents, and it lets them know how their child is doing in school, and whether there are areas that need to be improved or praised, and they can also come in and talk with us and have a conference.
Okay, and how is he doing in February of 10?
He seems to be doing well. He's learning, he's adjusting well, and we're focusing on improvements in the above areas.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And you have been part of that ESC committee for Nicholas on occasion, correct? Do you recall?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And when you all get together, you are guided by certain principles such as least restrictive environment, correct?
Correct.
And what's in the best interest of the child, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are those the two most important things that guides you in making a decision?
Yes, could you repeat the second one again, please?
Making a decision in the best interest of the child.
Yes.
Okay. So the least restrictive environment involves putting in, let me start over. A more restrictive environment would be like the cluster ESE class, correct?
Correct.
Because there's constant eyes on him.
Correct.
And a less restrictive environment would be general education.
Correct.
Okay, and so every student under federal and state law is entitled to what works best for them, the least restrictive environment, correct?
Correct.
And the least restrictive environment could be a cluster class, which it was for the defendant for several years before this time that he was mainstream, correct?
Correct. I believe the mainstream was 4th grade, and then he came back to us in the cluster.
Okay, I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
But as a decision is made, well, strike that. So it's not an irreversible decision to mainstream a student, correct?
Correct.
It can, just like you mainstreamed, it could be, I'm sorry, it's not working, the committee gets together again, we need to put you back in the cluster.
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the committee must have had some good data to mainstream the defendant?
Correct.
Okay, so good data would probably look like academics, behavior, correct?
Correct.
And he's doing better, correct?
Yes.
So that's why a decision was made to mainstream.
Correct.
Okay. And during the time that you were with the defendant, would it be fair to describe him as inconsistent progress?
Yes, it would be fair.
So sometimes he would do good, and sometimes he wouldn't.
Correct.
And his not doing good was could be violent, correct?
Correct.
Aggressive.
Correct.
You made a comment on direct about that he couldn't stand up for himself.
In a situation where there are a few children, if he was being bullied, he would just get, he wouldn't be able to talk it out or see what happens. He would go silent, be like this, and then it could lead him to other inappropriate behaviors.
Okay, so what you were saying, I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is he couldn't stand up for himself the way he should stand up for himself, but he could certainly stand up for himself and become aggressive and violent.
Correct.
Okay. So even though he was small, that didn't stop him from being aggressive and violent, hitting other kids or teachers.
He would do that at times. He could do that at times.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure if this was shown to you in the packet given to you by Ms. Curtis. Those records that Ms. Curtis showed you were not all the records that you were involved with, correct?
Correct.
That was just a sample.
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you SBBC 1739, where your name is on it as teacher on the top.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
You recognize that document?
yes.
And what is that document?
This is a conference forum. It was with the teacher and parent and Nicholas discussing his behavior.
Okay, so what's the date on that form?
4/14/2010.
Okay, and do you recall the last one I gave you with Ms. Russo was February 19th of 2010? I'll let you hold that one.
Thank you. Yes,
So that's 2 months later, correct?
correct.
Okay, so in February of 2010, things look pretty good,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So what happened between February and April now? Your name is on it. Does that mean he's back in the cluster, back in ESC?
He is back with me.
Okay, and what are your comments at that time?
I talked about his inappropriate behaviors. He had started yelling, cursing, throwing items. This is the destroying other students' project. Disrespects to adults is increasing.
I'm sorry, ma'am, could you just speak?
I'm sorry. It talks about Nicholas's inappropriate behaviors, yelling, cursing, throwing items, destroying other students' projects, disrespect to adults is increasing. He has been spoken to numerous times by teacher, the family counselor, to find out what the reasons were for his anger.
Okay, and so obviously his behavior went backwards again.
Correct.
Okay. If we can go to what happened, he went to 5th grade. Do you know?
No, I don't.
And is 5th grade part of the cluster?
Yes, it is.
Who is Mrs. Weiner or Weiner? W-E-I-N-E-R?
Mrs. Weiner was a 5th grade teacher.
And the cluster that you're in, is that just 3rd graders or just 4th graders?
I had the intermediate, so it was 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Okay. The school year of 10 and 11, were you not there, or how come you don't have the defendant at that time?
I don't remember. I know that, I believe another ESE, we were growing, so that another ESE teacher had come into the cluster.
Were you aware that he was working on grade level in 5th grade except for math?
No, I was not.
Let me show you SBBC 1749, 1750, 1752, and 1753. May I get this marked as an exhibit? Would you take it? Let me show you what's marked as 24X in your honor. These, again, are documents under the certification. The state would move 24X into evidence, and I will get a clean copy. This is highlighted.
They're documents that were included under the certification that was
Yes.
entered by the defense
Yes.
as part of their Exhibit 38. All right, is there any objection? No. States, what is it marked as, please?
24X.
States 24X for identification will be received as states 484.
Next, you to look at these documents from October 6, 2010, December 16, 2010, January 4th, 2011, and May 2nd, 2011. They're titled Conference Interim Forms.
Thank you.
Please take your time. Ms. Rodriguez, having had a chance to look at those conference, I guess, interim reports, does it indicate that he was on academic level in all subjects except for math?
It does indicate that, and he also, as well as the teacher, there was also an ESE teacher, Mrs. Dowling, in that classroom at the same time.
Okay, so he was still getting services, wasn't he?
Correct.
Okay. So, in your direct testimony, you had testified, and I'm not saying incorrectly, at third or fourth grade when you had him, that he was below academic level.
Yes.
Okay. And you could see from the records that when he chose to be, he could be on academic level in many subjects, correct?
He could be, when, I don't know if I should say this, but sometimes I don't know if his work was smaller or what, or if he was going at the same rate as the other students without the disabilities.
Okay.
I don't know that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
Okay, Ms. Curtis, is there anything else for this witness?
Excuse me.
Whenever you're ready.
So you were just shown some documents regarding the services that Nicholas had in 5th grade.
Yes.
He had direct speech and language services, correct?
I would believe so, yes.
And what does that mean?
He goes to a certified speech therapist. He has one-on-one or one-on maybe 3 at the most, and she goes and helps him with his skills and deficits.
Okay. And he also had specialized instruction in the academic areas, correct?
Yes, Mrs. Dowling is an ESE teacher.
So what would that mean in a regular classroom?
In a regular classroom, it could mean she would tell the directions in a different way, as well as the mainstream teacher. She could see if he was frustrating and needed help. She could encourage him or redirect him, and obviously help him with his academics.
Okay, so she was helping him directly in the classroom as he was doing his work?
Yes, she was in the classroom.
Okay, and how is that different from collaboration, which is sometimes a service?
In the classroom?
Well, are you familiar with collaboration in academic areas?
No.
No, okay, because in your classroom it's all specialized instruction, yes. Okay. And he was also receiving direct instruction in social skills, correct?
Well, if he was there main time, it would be with their lessons, yes.
Okay. You were also asked about his 4th grade FCAT score, which was a level 3, is that right?
One of them was, yes.
Okay. And do you remember the numerical score that he got? Not the number 3, but the number of points that he got?
I would have to see it.
Okay. Do you still have it?
No.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
How many overall points did you receive?
1,472.
Okay. And how many points are required to?
1,456.
Okay. You were asked about the Reynolds Intellectual Assessment Scale testing that was done.
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that that is a screening tool? It's not a full-scale IQ test?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection to leaving.
Sustained. Ask opening questions, please.
Okay.
Redirect.
Now, you were shown, and the jury was shown that page of the exam, but I want to do the psychological exam. I want to ask you some questions about the next page, emotional attention. Do you recall that there were some comments from you on this?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what those were?
All right. Lots of hyperactivity, aggression, anxiety, depression. He was very anxious at school. You could see it, looking around and like this. I talked to him. He says he worries a lot, nervous, fearful. He gets very nervous during tests. And he knows that he worries about things that can't be changed. I said he was hyperactive and aggressive. He had trouble staying in his seat. He acted without thinking and interrupted others when they're speaking. He can't wait his turn. He has poor self-control, seeks attention while doing his schoolwork. Aggressive behavior. Do you want me to continue?
If you remember these things.
Yes. Aggressive behavior included his seeking revenge on others, calling other children names, and annoying people on purpose. He said that he frequently gets angry with his brother, and that there was an abusive relationship with that. He stated that he got beaten up by his brother.
Okay. How did, do you remember how he said that he felt overall about his life?
He was feeling very sad. He wasn't in control of what was happening with him or his life.
Okay.
He also stated that he doesn't think anything goes his way, and he doesn't be able to control what happens to him.
Okay. Now, you testified about some of his aggressive and violent behaviors. Mr. Marcus asked you if those were behaviors displayed by an adult, they would be crimes, right?
Yes.
He asked you that. Okay. So when he's displaying these behaviors, or when he displayed these behaviors, why wasn't he just kicked out of class, kicked out of the school?
He wasn't kicked out because he was an ESE teacher. Those behaviors and everything were part of his IEP. There were strategies, which part of the cluster was to help him. There was a very strict behavior system, but he could earn, on the positive, he could earn points, and then he could earn activities. And then we worked with the family. I wrote a note home every single day to the parents on every child, so they would know what they could work on or what was going great or needed improvement.
Okay, and when you said the behaviors were part of his IEP, what did you mean?
Well, we would address, if he's violent, we would address that. If he's aggressive or disrespect, because you would have part of the IEP about behavior.
Okay, so it was part of his emotional behavioral disability.
Yes.
Okay. And these behaviors, would you agree, or in your opinion, are they a manifestation of that?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
You may.
I don't have any more questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank
you very
you.
much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Sorry I was late.
Oh, that's okay. This place is hard to find.
Almost 2 hours with the traffic.
Oh, I'm sorry about
That's
that.
okay, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess for about 10-15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. Please leave your notepads behind, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Okay, the jurors have been excused. We're in recess for 15 minutes until 5 after 11. I understand we have the perpetuated testimony of B'nai Broward, and that it's quite lengthy. So my plan is to go till about 12:30, take a recess, and then play the remainder after lunch.
Yes, ma'am, that's fine. If I may just do a couple quick things before we bring the jury in.
Okay.
I just need to ask that some photos be admitted. These are what's been marked for identification as defense A through L. And these were shown to Ms. Brown during the course of her testimony without objection from the state.
Correct.
I just wanted to admit them prior to playing the video because they will be shown by Ms. Brown in the video.
Okay, quiet please. Without objection, defense A for identification will be received as 39. Defense B for identification will be received as 40. C will be received as 41. D will be received as 42. E will be received as 43. F, 44. G for identification will be received as defense 45. H will be received as 46. I will be received as 47. J will be received as defense 48. K will be received as defense 49. And L will be received as defense 50. These are all photographs that are discussed throughout the perpetuated testimony of B'nai Broward.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, just so the record is clear, I think that the transcript will reflect that there, like A becomes 1, B becomes 2.
Okay.
Just so that the record, it's noted in the record by what I'm saying now, that so what's going to be contained in the court reporter's transcript now won't be those numbers, but
the letters are correct? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the record for purposes of this trial and for purposes of appeal will be the numbers as I stated, because we already have 1 through 12 or whatever, however many these are. So 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't know how you want to handle that. If you want to, do you want me to say the number that it was referenced in deposition and the number that I'm giving it in evidence? Would that be easy? So, okay, so then it would be A1-39. Does that make sense? Is that the best way for you?
I think so.
Okay. B is 2-40 or 2/40. C 341. D is 442. E is 443. F is 444. G is 445. H is 446. Wait a minute. What did I just do? Sorry. When you count, that's how you count strides in an equestrian competition. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. That was why my mind went. Sorry.
No worries.
All right, 5 is 43, 6, 44, 7, 45, 8, 46, 9, 47, 10, 48, 11, 49, and 12 is 50. Ooh, that was embarrassing. Okay. And I'm going to read the instruction on edited recordings by agreement, 2.2.
Only other thing, Your Honor, is that I have a manila envelope here that's been marked right D as 5Q, which contains the flash drive of the video that we will be playing that's connected to the computer right now, but I just wanted to get this admitted to evidence so that I don't forget.
So, Mr. Marcus, the flash drive of Finney Broward's testimony is marked for identification as 5Q. Is there any objection to the court receiving that as defense 51?
No, Your Honor, and I'm also not asking for any additional evidence of Ms. Broward's inability to come to court. I'm satisfied that unfortunately she's ill, and we don't need to put on it. They do not need to put on additional evidence.
So you're stipulating that the burden has been met by the defense in that the witness is unavailable to testify, and therefore her perpetuated testimony should be published to the jury in lieu of live testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Because you do your strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, and then I'm still the flush out.
Judge, can we just begin the video to do a body check before the jury comes back?
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Blackwood, would you line them up? They are lining them. We only get called out when we're in trouble.
We are on the video record. Today's date is July 4th.
Did it cut out, or that's what we were doing? That's all you were doing?
I just want to make sure everybody could hear.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Ready to go?
Yes. Are both sides ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, ready, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we have defense 51 in evidence ready to be published.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Jurors are entering.
Listen. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Members of the jury, you are about to view a video recording. I'm instructing you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to or view and consider this evidence. Defense, when you're ready, you may publish what's been entered into evidence as defense 51 to the members of the jury.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We are on the video record. Today's date is July 14th, 2022, and the time is 10:07 a.m. This is the video deposition of Finney Broward, taken in the case of the state of Florida versus Nicholas Jacob Cruz. My name is Joyce Marks with Prestige Reporting Service, located in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. This video deposition is being conducted remotely via Zoom video conference. Counsel, please state your appearances for the record, starting with counsel for the state.
Jeff Marcus.
Casey Secor for the defense.
Ms. Browd, if you'll raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Browd, good morning.
Good morning.
And you, of course, understand that we're recording this deposition for purposes of next trial, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we're going to go over some various periods of time that you knew Nicholas and his family. And if at any point my questions are unclear or you're not sure what I'm asking, please just ask me to rephrase. But I want to start with your relationship with Linda Cruz. And so first just tell us who Linda Cruz is related to Nicholas.
That's his mother.
Okay. His adopted mother?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you and Linda first meet?
In 1986, I believe.
And where was that?
In Long Island.
Is that where you're from?
Yes.
Was Linda from Long Island as well?
Yes. Well, no. No, sorry. She was, at that time, she lived in Whitestone.
Whitestone, New York?
Yeah, which is like part of Queens, I believe.
Okay. And where did you and Linda meet?
At work.
Where was that? Where were you?
We worked for the insurance company.
Okay. And did you become friends pretty much immediately?
Pretty much, yes. She was the secretary to the owner of the company, and I was the secretary to the senior district manager, so we were almost on the same level.
And were you married at the time that you all met?
Yes.
And who was your husband's name?
Ted Theodore Aronson.
Okay. And when you met Linda, were you under the impression that she was married?
Yes.
And who did you believe her husband was?
Roger Cruz.
How was your relationship with Linda when you first met her? Did you become close?
Yes, we hit it off very quickly, and we had lunch every day together, and then we started hanging out. We at each other's homes, and we developed a really like a sister relationship.
And in terms of things that you did together, did you do things like go out to eat with your husbands?
Yes.
And did you and Linda ever take any classes together?
Yeah, we had a weekly thing where we would go to ceramics.
And what was your impression of Linda and Roger's relationship when you were first getting to know Linda?
Very much in love.
What did Roger Cruz do for a living?
He had his own business. He did marketing and advertising for large, like Kmart, Macy's. He would do the outline for the circulars. That's what he did. He designed them.
Okay. And when you say circulars, are those the things that are inserted in a catalog? Is that what you mean?
Catalog and by mail, the ones that you get in the mailbox.
This one.
Used to move with.
And did his work require him to travel?
Yes.
And so, did you spend a lot of time with Linda when Roger was traveling?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what you know about the way or who raised Linda.
Her grandparents.
And do you know why that was, that she was raised by her grandparents?
Well, her mother left when she was very young, and moved back to Puerto Rico. And I don't remember what happened with her dad.
Okay. And Linda's mother's name, do you know what her mother's name is?
I don't remember.
Okay. If I said it was Gloria, does that sound
Yes,
right?
that's it.
Okay. Do you have any idea approximately how old Linda was when her mother Gloria left?
Well, she was very young.
Okay.
Yeah, because from what I remember, she lived with her grandparents. I don't remember her ever describing that she lived outside their house. So I think even her mother, I think like they owned like a mother-daughter type house. That's what I recollect in my head.
Okay. Did Linda ever share with you any feelings she had about her mother?
Yeah, she didn't really think of her as her mother, but she was there when her mother needed her. So I'll put it that way.
And was that much later?
Much later, yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And did you get any sense for what her upbringing was like being raised by her grandparents?
Her grandfather was very strict, from what she told me. But he taught her values. Her and her brother Rob.
Okay. And when you say values, what types of things do you mean?
Like, she had to work to make money and take, like we want all our kids to learn, responsibilities.
And did Linda have any siblings?
Her brother Rob.
Okay. And what about Roger? Did you know whether or not Roger had any children?
Yes, he had 4. 2 boys, 2 girls.
And do you remember their names?
Teresa, Maria, Rob, and Michael.
Okay. And were those children born by Roger and Linda?
No.
Okay. So was Roger married before?
Correct.
All right. And when you were getting to know Linda, did she have a relationship with Roger's kids?
Yeah. Yes.
And would Roger's kids have been fully grown adults by the time that Linda and Roger were together?
No. They were younger.
Like teenagers?
Yes, teenagers. Uh-huh.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I think you said, but I missed it. Did Linda get along with Roger's kids?
Yeah, from what I saw.
Okay. Did she, and I say she, did Linda end up having a close relationship with any of Roger's kids that you're aware of?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And do you know which ones?
I think all 4 because, later on, after when Nicholas and Zachary were younger, she would go to New York and stay with Teresa during the Christmas holiday.
And Teresa was one of Roger's kids from his first marriage.
Right.
Okay. And when you were living in New York and developing your friendship with Linda, had she ever had any children herself?
She got pregnant, but always lost them.
Okay.
Lost the babies.
And when you say lost them, can you just describe that?
Miscarriages.
Okay. Do you remember the effect that the miscarriages had on Linda?
It was horrible. It was mentally, sad. It was very sad. That's what she wanted her whole life, was to have children. And be a mom.
Are you aware of how many miscarriages that you think she may have had?
If I remember correctly, I think it was 4. There's one I know she had right in the office where we worked.
Oh, how do you know that?
Because she was sitting in the chair and all of a sudden she had the miscarriage and she ran to the bathroom because there was blood.
In getting to know Linda and Roger during this period of time, did you get the sense that Roger wanted to have more children?
I'm not sure, Casey. I think he kind of did it so that, to make her happy, to fulfill her dream. That's the way I saw it.
From your perspective, were Linda and Roger, were they open about their relationship or were they more private about it?
Well, in the beginning, they were very private about it. I hadn't met Roger for a long time when I was friends with her.
Okay.
And then when she moved into the house in Melville, you know, when they had the house built in Long Island, they moved from Whitestone to Long Island. That's when I was around him more, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But like any kind of function, they would come together.
Okay. Now, will you tell us about how it was that you and your husband and Linda and Roger came to move to Florida, how that all occurred?
Okay, well, it started with them. Originally, they always had a place in Weston where they would, you know, come and on vacations and stuff like that.
And that's, you're talking about Weston, Florida and Broward County?
Yes.
Okay.
Western Florida. And then I guess one day she said to me that they are, that they're going to move to Florida. I was very upset because she's my sister, okay? And now I won't have her around like we were, you know? So, she told me that they're going, you know, they're looking for a piece of land. They're going to build a house, that type thing. Okay, and but I was very sad. But then my husband and I came to visit my parents, who lived here already, and my husband was so impressed with the weather, okay, that he left a really good job up north to come down here. And when I told her that Bruce wants to move to Florida, we had a house in Mount Sinai at the time.
That's New York.
Yeah. And when I told her that Bruce wants to move down here, it was the weirdest thing because we came here before them. And they had already made these plans way before we even thought of moving here. Well, my husband thought of moving here.
And at that point, you were married to
Bruce Broward.
Bruce Broward.
Yes.
And so he was your second husband.
My
is that
second
correct?
husband, yes.
And with your first husband, you raised 4 boys?
Yes.
Okay. And you...
Not with him,
Okay.
but in his time, his era.
I understand. So did you raise those 4 boys essentially on your own?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you moved to Florida, are they all grown for the most part?
All but one.
Okay. So approximately, I'm trying to...
I mean, he was grown. He was a teenager, you know, but a young teenager. I think when we moved down here, he had just started high school.
Okay.
So he was like in the 9th grade.
So he came with you, of course?
Yes.
Okay. Once you moved to Florida, where do you and Bruce move to?
At first, we moved and we stayed with my parents.
Okay.
And then we found a place in Margate, and we moved there.
And where did Linda and Roger move to?
Boca. They were renting a townhouse till their house was built.
And the house that they were building was located where?
in Parkland,
Okay.
Florida.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit A. And I'd just like to ask you, you've looked at these before we began today, but I just want to ask you a couple of questions and then just ask you to describe the photo. Can you just tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes, this is Linda, and this is her kitchen in Parkland, Florida. And it looks like we're having a party. So I'm guessing I was there.
Okay.
I don't know, but yeah, I'm guessing.
And so that's the house that they were building when they were renting in Boca, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And would that have been the house that she and Roger lived in for basically the entire time that you knew them down here?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Because I still knew her after we parted our ways.
Yes, ma'am. And we're gonna
Okay.
get into that.
Yeah.
I promise you. I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. When you were getting to know Linda in New York and when you moved down here, was she a social person?
She had friends, yes.
Would you consider yourself to have been one of her closest friends?
Yes.
Okay. And when you all went out, was she somebody that she liked to drink and smoke cigarettes and things like that?
Yeah, well, socializing.
Okay.
Yes.
But you wouldn't have considered somebody at that point that had a problem with alcohol?
Oh, by no means.
Okay.
No, not at all.
I'd like to move now to the adoption of Nicholas. And first, just like to ask you, did you know anything about a plan for Linda and Roger to adopt a baby?
No, not at first.
Okay. And do you remember how long it was before Nicholas was born? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
And this doesn't have to be on the record. You showed her a picture. I couldn't see what the picture was. Were you going to move it in? I don't mind because I'm sure we can screen share it and it can be part of it. I don't want to disturb your flow, but you showed a picture, but I don't know, I have no idea what it was.
Yeah, and the only reason I didn't show it, Mr. Marcus, is because I didn't want to publish it without a judge saying that I could, but I'm happy to show it and ask for it to be published if you prefer that.
Yeah, those pictures I'm not going to object to, so don't worry about it. I'm not going to object to those pictures coming in.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, then I'll just have Miss Browd show the little bit higher up.
Do you? I don't mind if, and I could see it. Thank you. I don't mind if you do a sharing screen so it's a better picture. Whatever you like is fine.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I have them printed, so I'm going to have Miss Browd hold them up just because my Zoom skills are not that great, and
Okay, not a problem. It's fine if you show them then. That way I see them, and you can go on the record, Joyce. I have no objection to that picture being shown to the jury. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, that would have been defense exhibit. Well, it's for identification purposes marked as defense exhibit A, and upon admission would be defense exhibit number 1. Thank you. All right. So I think I was asking you, Miss Brad, how long was it before Nicholas Cruz was born that you found out that Roger and Linda were going to adopt him? Do you remember?
About a month. I think it was like a month.
Okay. And was this surprising to you?
Yes.
Why?
I would have thought that she would have included me in her process. taking Nicholas's biological mother to the doctor and so forth, things like that. Where I would have gone with her,
Right.
supported her, and she wouldn't have been by herself. And that's why I say that.
Okay. Were you at all sort of hurt that she hadn't included you in that process?
A little bit.
Okay. And
A little bit.
did you ever find out why maybe she didn't include you in that process?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I even ever asked her,
Okay.
to tell you the truth.
Can you give us an idea of the extent to which she was excited about the idea of adopting a child?
Well, she was always excited about being a mom, and I'm gathering, when they called her to tell her that they had somebody that, that was willing to give up a baby, she probably was ecstatic.
Yeah.
From what I know of her.
Mm-hmm. Just meaning that you knew how badly she wanted to be.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
She really wanted to be a mom.
And did she ever, after she told you about the fact that they were going to adopt this child, did she tell you anything about the biological mother?
No.
Did you learn anything about what Linda and Roger were doing for the biological mother while she was pregnant?
I learned after.
Okay. That's fine. Now I'm going to show you the next two photographs, which will be marked for identification purposes.
Thank you.
As this is marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit B, and can you just tell me if you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that's Roger, Linda, and Nicholas.
Okay. And do you have some idea of when that picture would have been taken?
It looks like it was taken the day they were taking him home.
Okay. And if you'll hold that up so they can see it on the screen.
Can you see that?
Yes, no objection.
Thank you, sir. So that's for identification. Defense B would be Defense Exhibit 2, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit C. Just ask if you recognize that.
That's Nicholas when he was very little.
So that would have been shortly after he got home to the Cruz home?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And if you hold that up, please. Thank you. And
No objection.
thank you. That'll be Defense Exhibit number 3. How soon after Nicholas came home do you think you saw him for the first time?
I want to say maybe a month, maybe
Okay.
a little less than a month.
Okay. So he was pretty tiny when you saw him for the first
Oh,
time?
yes. Mm-hmm.
And how old were Linda and Roger when Nicholas was adopted?
Well, I know that Linda was 49 when he was born.
When Nicholas was born?
Right. And because the joke was that she had him before she turned 50.
Hmm.
And it just so happens my situation was the same way. Coincidental, okay? So I'm assuming that she was 49 years old when she started the adoption process for Nicholas.
Okay. And
I don't know how many months pregnant the biological mother was,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? But it was in that era of her age.
Yes, ma'am. And we'll get to this later on, but I just want to make sure. what you just said, what happened when you were 49 in your own life?
I also adopted 2 children at the same time. Well, I knew about one, and the other one was a surprise. So,
Okay. And so that would have been the 5th and 6th child that you wound up raising. Is that right?
right, 6. Uh-huh.
Okay. And we'll get to that when it sort of comes up in the chronology that we're going to follow. Okay.
Okay.
And you said that you learned some things after Nicholas came home to live with Linda and Roger, that you learned some things about the biological mother of Nicholas.
Yes.
What were those things? All right, Miss Brown, you said that after Nicholas came home to live with Roger and Linda, that you learned some things about Nicholas's biological mother.
Yes.
And can you tell us what those things were that you learned?
That she, Linda was basically, through the adoption lawyer, okay, Linda and Roger were basically paying for everything as far as the biological mother was concerned. The doctor's appointments, her living expenses, and Linda would take her to the appointments, you know, and make sure that she was doing things the correct way.
Okay. And from that information, did you get any sense about Nicholas's biological mother? Did you get a sense that she was healthy or unhealthy or stable or unstable or anything like that?
We object at the vagueness of the question, her sense.
Okay. Let me see if I can make it any more clear. Did you get any sense about the biological mother's lifestyle based on what you heard?
She kind of like described the biological mother as like not being like us, you know, not like a surrogate mother. That's what I want to describe it like.
Okay.
Like she wasn't a surrogate mother. It was just, she got pregnant, she had kids. You know, I know that Nick wasn't her only child.
Okay.
I know that part.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know whether or not Linda kept the adoption from people in her life?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And you know that from personal observation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, did she keep the adoption of Nicholas from people within her own family?
Yes.
Okay. And did she keep Nicholas's adoption from people within Roger's family?
Yes.
Did she tell people that Nicholas was actually her biological child?
Yes.
Did that strike you as odd?
Yes.
What did you think in your own mind would explain that?
That later on, people are going to know that that's not her biological child. You know, she kind of like secluded herself so that people didn't see her for a while, and she could have been pregnant type. That describes it to you?
Yeah, I think so. And do you know whether early on, was it her intention to eventually tell Nicholas that he was adopted, or for him to believe that he was the biological child of Roger and Linda?
From what I know, and I've seen and heard with my own ears, she would tell Nicholas that he looks just like her when she was his age. She had the red hair, the freckles, the whole thing. And she would say the same thing about Zachary, that he looked just like Roger, because Roger had darker skin, okay, because he was Sicilian and Spanish. So he had a darker skin, and she would tell that, you know, you look just like Daddy, and Nicholas looks like Mommy. She never told them.
Now, I'd like to go to the adoption of Linda and Roger's second child, and then we'll sort of go back to Nick. I just want to touch on the fact that you obviously were aware that they adopted another child.
Yes, and that's when I found out everything about the biological mother.
Okay. And tell us about the adoption of, and the second child is, of course, his name?
Zachary.
Zachary, okay. And tell us about what you know about the adoption of Zachary.
What Linda told me was that the attorney that did the adoption for Nicholas called her and said, the mother is pregnant again. Are you interested in adopting this baby? And Linda, you know, said, of course.
Okay.
And that's, but I was very aware of everything that was going on then.
Okay. When you say this woman was pregnant again, so just to
The
make
biological mother.
the biological mother of Nicholas,
Yes.
is pregnant again.
Yes.
And what role did you play in that process in terms of getting Zachary back home or bringing him home to Roger and Linda?
Okay, well, she called me to tell me that they called to say that she's in labor. And I believe she was in Ocala at the time, in jail. And the biological mother, okay? So they told Linda to come. So I drove her with Nicholas, okay, he was a little boy, 2. I drove her there.
When you say you go over to Ocala?
Ocala.
Where was Roger?
He was on a business trip.
Okay.
And she didn't deliver for a few hours, okay, when we got there. So Linda stayed at the place where they deliver the babies for the women that are in jail. And I took Nicholas to McDonald's and I watched him while she stayed there. Now, I know that she did deliver while we were there, but Linda didn't bring him home until the next day, where she went with Roger. They had a limo take them there to bring him home the next day.
So Zachary is born and then you and Linda and Nicholas go home to Parkland?
Correct.
Okay. And you said the next day, Linda and Roger
went to go get Zachary.
In Ocala?
Yes.
And where was Nick that day?
With me.
Okay.
Always with me.
Okay. So, and you say always with you, is that something that you did normally, is take care of Nicholas when they were out of town, or?
Yes.
How long was it before you became aware that any of Roger's grown kids heard about Nicholas and Zachary?
I'm really not sure.
Okay. You were I think you were close with one of his daughters. Is that right?
I was close with Maria.
Okay. And were you aware of whether or not Maria knew that her dad and Linda had adopted these
Not
children?
at that time. I just have to interrupt for a second.
Of course.
Can you give me that blanket, please? I'm sorry, my oxygen level goes down and I get cold. I apologize.
No apology necessary. Ms. Brown, I'm just going to ask you to look at what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit D and just ask you if you recognize it and describe it.
Yes. This is a picture of Roger, Maria, Linda, and James, who's not a blood relative. Okay.
Okay.
At Nicholas's baptism,
Okay. And would that have been in Florida or New York?
Florida.
All right. And you said Maria and James, is that right?
Yeah, they're not brother and sister.
Okay.
They're not related in any way.
But they were the godparents, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you show that picture to the camera, please. Up a little bit.
No objection.
Thank you, sir. That'll be Defense Exhibit number 4. All right. Ms. Sprout, I'd like to now talk to you about your memories of Nicholas when he came home. He was born in what year?
It's 2000?
I think that might have
No.
been Zach in 2000.
Right. 98?
Okay. I think that's right.
1998?
Yeah. And,
Yeah, because he's 4 years older than my daughter.
okay.
Yeah.
And when he came home, I mean, you've raised 4 kids of your own at that point. And did he seem like a healthy baby to you when he came home?
Oh, yes, very, very much so.
And how was Linda with him as a mother for the first time in her life?
She was ecstatic, overjoyed. Like, I don't even know how to describe, like when you first become a mom, you know what I'm saying? And you hold the baby in your arms for the very first time. She was smiles from ear to ear, happy, doting over him, you know. She was a great mom.
Did she seem happier than she'd ever been since
Yes,
you've known her?
much. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna show you a couple of pictures. First is Defense. It's been marked for identification purposes. Defense Exhibit E. If you would just look at that, tell me if you recognize it and describe it.
This is a picture of Nicholas. I want to say he's around 2 years old here.
Okay.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to tell, but does that look like probably Linda and Roger's house?
Oh yeah, that's definitely their house.
Okay.
I know for a fact because I know what the floor looked like.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely their house. And he was just adorable. He really was.
If you'll hold that up so they can see it on the computer. Thank you. That'll be.
No objection.
Thank you. That'll be Defense Exhibit 5, and then I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes, Defense Exhibit F, and just ask you to recognize that and to describe it.
This is a picture of Linda with Nicholas, and you can see by this picture the love that she had to give to her kids. It's just like you can actually feel the love by looking at this picture. how she felt about her children.
And for you, is that representative of how she interacted with Nick when he was very young?
Yes. Oh yes, definitely. Definitely. Like if she could, she was like sucking it, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the way she was.
Thank you.
The number on that, please?
Yes, sir. That was F is in Foxtrot for ID, and it'll be Defense Exhibit 6.
Thank you. No objection.
Thank you, sir. Now, when Nick is young, I guess it's approximately 2 years before Zach is born,
Yes.
give or take.
Yeah.
How much time are you around Linda and Nicholas for those first 2 years of his life before Zachary?
All the time.
Okay.
All the time.
What types of things are you doing?
Hanging out. You know, things like that. Just coming to each other's houses and hanging out.
How far away did you and Bruce live from Linda and Roger at that point?
I don't know. We lived in, where did we live? I want to say we lived in Tamarack. So it wasn't that far, Tamarack, Florida.
Okay.
So, what 10 miles?
And when you say you saw them all the time, is it more than once or twice a week, or about?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was Roger still traveling occasionally for work at this point?
Yes.
And when he was gone, would she spend a lot of time with you all?
Yes.
There's one more picture I wanted to show you before we move on. This is what's been marked for identification purposes as Events Exhibit G, as in golf. And if you just tell us if you recognize that and describe it if you do.
Yes, that is Linda's house. And that's Roger and Linda holding Nicholas. Probably, maybe he was 6 months old here.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. And that's in their house in Parkland, is
Yes.
that right?
Uh-huh.
Thank you. And again, that's defense for ID purposes. G is in golf, and the defense exhibit number 7.
Can I just see that picture one more time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm not sure that. Yes, that's definitely nice.
The house in Parkland, was that something that you felt Linda was very proud of?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Getting to Nicholas's sort of toddler years, was there a point at which you started feeling like there was something off about him?
At 2 years old?
Whenever
When you say
you
toddler?
remember, yeah, I mean,
Okay. Not yet. Too early yet for me to notice anything.
okay. At what point, if you did notice something that you didn't think was right about him, at what point would that have been approximately, do you think?
More like 4.
Okay. And can you tell us the types of things that you noticed that either concerned you or you thought were strange or whatever you would describe them as?
He would have tantrums if he didn't get his way. But I mean, kids have tantrums.
Yeah.
But not to that extent. It would be like a full-blown tantrum, like kind of out of control type thing.
And again, we've talked about how
He
you
would
raised.
throw things.
Okay.
If that's the way you want me to describe how I would see him have these tantrums?
Yeah.
He would throw things. He would kick. He would kick the floor, whatever. Lay down and scream and cry, but not like the normal tantrum a child has. Like more exerted. Maybe that's not even the word I want to use, but more extensive.
Okay.
Okay. Like a normal child has a tantrum, and you tell them, stop or whatever, with a stern voice. Okay. They normally stop. Okay, but he didn't. And he would run around and he would kick things, and it had to be his way or no way. That describes it. I don't understand.
Yeah. Can you describe to us whether he was attached to Linda, like emotionally?
Oh, so bad. He was so attached to her. She couldn't go anywhere without him. He would scream and cry, and yeah, she very attached.
Okay. And you first said that he was attached very badly, and I think what you meant was very strong, the attachment was to her. But did you think it was sort of over the top? Is that why you said badly?
Yeah, because she couldn't go anywhere. He would have these meltdowns when she left.
And were there times that she left him with you and he had these tantrums?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever babysit for him for more than a couple hours? Like, did he ever stay with you for a couple of days?
I babysat for him overnight, for a few days.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And how would he be when he was at your house when she was gone?
Well, it would never be at my house.
Oh, okay.
It would always be in her house.
I understand. And would he be expressing that attachment issue when she was gone?
Yes, he would stand at the window at the front of the house, and he would be screaming and crying, and I would have to yell at him and tell him, Nicholas, get away from the window. Mommy's coming back. But it took a long time to calm him down.
Okay.
It wasn't like, okay, I'll walk away from the window. It was like, I'm going to stand here for a few hours and do this. I think we lost Mr. Marcus.
Oh, we did? Oh, yes.
No? Oh, he's there. Okay.
I'm here. Thank you.
Can you describe to us any other behaviors that you saw in Nick when he was upset?
Basically, he would throw things, kick things, scream, cry. And it was very hard to control him. An example. She would have to make herself kind of like a straitjacket type thing, where she'd have to hug him. So while he was having these episodes, okay, to try and calm him down.
Okay.
If that describes it right to you, it's like very tight, holding, like restraining him type thing.
Okay.
But, her doing it.
And during these tantrums, did he ever show any aggression in any way towards other people?
I don't remember that.
Okay. In times that we've talked before, you mentioned him acting like an animal at some points. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
And can you describe what that was like?
Like he would, out of the clear blue sky, like he would start acting like a lion. Okay? And he would go right in your face. Go, ah, like this, you know. And he'd run around the house, and he would do it to everybody, not just one person, you know. And when you tell him to stop, he wouldn't listen, you know. And then when you reprimand him, and he was in his room, you know, that's when he would stop.
Okay. And did that, his acting like a tiger, is that something that went on, that was just a brief period of time, or did that go on for a period?
Forever.
Meaning months or years?
Years.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that wasn't like that was many years.
Okay. And was that a behavior that concerned you?
Yes.
Did you ever try to bring your concerns about Nicholas to Linda's attention?
No.
Why?
I don't know. I really don't know. I really, to tell you the truth, I didn't know those things until I had my own son. And when I adopted my son, and he had similar problems that I saw with Nicholas, okay? Let me stop talking, Mother. That's my grandfather clock, just to let you know. So we'll take a pause while it does that. Can you tell me what I was saying? Sorry.
Yeah, of course. We were talking about...
Oh, yeah, my son.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, after I adopted my son, and I saw similarities between him and Nicholas in his behavior, that's when the light bulb went off in my head.
Okay.
Really about Nicholas's situation.
Okay. And you adopted your two adopted children in what year?
In 2000, hold on, 6, my grandson was born. I want to say 2000, about 2007.
Okay. And we will talk about that in a minute, but just staying with Nick and sort of his toddler or childhood years, was he a kid who could sort of sit still and for a period of time, or was he a kid that was more like...
Oh no, he was running around. Okay. He always had ants in his pants.
Okay.
Never, yeah.
And even when he was sitting down, was he...
Yeah, he was fidgeting, always fidgeting with something.
And do you remember how he would respond to any kind of loud noises around him?
Oh, it was, he would hold his ears, you know, and he'd scream, you know, because he didn't like the loud noises, but he could hear himself screaming, you know?
Yeah.
But that's what they do. My son did the same thing.
Okay. And were you around during the process of Linda trying to potty train Nicholas?
Yes.
And do you have any idea whether that was difficult for them?
It was difficult. But she had a lot of patience. Difficult for my son too.
Okay.
You know. But yeah, she had a lot of patience with him. he wore diapers for a long time.
Okay.
Pull-ups.
All right. Do you have any idea how old he wore those pull-ups?
I want to say maybe he was 5.
Okay.
Maybe 5.
And during this period of time in his earlier years, is Roger really involved in raising Nicholas, or is it mostly Linda?
Well, it's mostly Linda because Roger was traveling.
Okay.
You know.
So he's still.
It wasn't until Roger opened his office in Boca that he was home more.
Okay.
But he traveled a lot.
And when Nicholas is young, do you see him interacting in play with other children?
Not really.
Okay.
Other children, he would. Let me think a second, okay? Other children would find it difficult to play with him. Because he was aggressive. So that's the reason why they didn't want to play with him.
Okay.
Because he was aggressive with them.
And is that something that you observed over the course of his entire childhood?
Yes.
Okay. How did he and Zach get along when they were little?
They got along like brothers, you know, and rough housing and stuff like that. But Zach had a lot of friends, and Nicholas did not, and that was a problem.
Okay.
Because Zach would be invited over to kids' houses and for play dates or whatever, and Nicholas would be aggressive. So, you know, for a while there, his Zach's friends didn't want to be around Nicholas.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit H, as in hotel. If you could just tell us if you recognize that and describe it if you do.
Yes, that is Zachary in the NYPD shirt, and that is Roger and Nicholas. And it looks like they're eating birthday cake or something. And you could kind of see that Nicholas is a little spaced out. You know, had that spaced out look, which he had a lot. And but he looks like he's having a good time.
No objection.
Thank you. That would be Defense Exhibit 8. Now, in your observations, and you are spending time over there, Zach is, I think we said, approximately 2 years younger than
Yes.
Nicholas. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
Did you see Zachary being able to do things that Nicholas still couldn't yet do?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
What types of things were those that you remember?
Well, I know that, like, Zachary was not hard to potty train. Zachary learned how to swim, and Nicholas still couldn't swim. He would sit on the steps, you know. And she did take him for a swimming lesson. I do remember that. Like, Zach could throw a ball, Nicholas could not, you know. his hand coordination was not developed like Zachary's was.
Okay. And
Even with a fork, when he would eat with a fork, Zachary would eat with a fork normally. Nicholas could not do that.
were there any other things about eating that Nicholas had issues with?
Oh my God, yes. He would only eat specific foods, and they had to be cooked a specific way, or he would not eat it. He would eat chicken nuggets, hot dogs, and they had to be cooked in the microwave. So if you barbecued, and he would not eat that hot dog. Let's see, what else do I remember him eating? I don't ever remember him eating like steak or anything like in that aspect.
Okay. What would his reaction be that you observed? What would his reaction be if food was given to him that was not cooked in a microwave?
He'd scream and yell and push it away, and not verbally though. Like normal kid would say, I don't want that. Like my grandson, he's 3. They asked him, "You want this?" No. Nicholas didn't have that reaction. He would have a tantrum. That's the way to describe it. Like it had to be his way or no way. That's the way it was.
When you were mentioning that not verbally, Ms. Broward, before we took that break, we were talking about the tantrums that Nicholas would have over food, right?
Right.
And I meant to ask you, what would, from your own observations, what was Linda's responses to those tantrums?
To give him whatever he wanted.
Okay. And in terms of child rearing, is that something that you disagreed with?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I feel you have to teach children boundaries. Children can't always get their way. So I feel that if you don't correct them, they don't learn that.
You were also saying, before we broke, about his tantrums that they weren't always verbal. And based on your observations, did Nick have issues with speaking when he was young?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain if you observed Nick have any speech issues, what you observed?
Basically, what I observed from Nicholas is he wasn't able to communicate with words. He would communicate with gestures, with his hands, and that, and point to what he would want, type thing. That's how he would communicate.
Okay.
Not with can I have, or I want. He would point and scream, that's what he wanted.
Okay. And having raised children of your own, was he doing that at a point when you felt he should have been able to express himself?
Absolutely.
When he was young, when you were around him, can you describe his reaction to anything changing in his environment? Was change something that was okay with him, or was
No,
a problem?
it was not.
Just a vague and when you say young, that could mean anything.
Right.
You're right. I'm sorry. We're talking about before he's going to school, right? So 4 or 5, around that age. In the past, you'd mentioned that he had problems with change. Can you tell me what you mean by that? Okay.
it's something that has come up in conversations before about Nick. You noticing that he had problems with change. Can you describe what you mean by that?
An example I can give you is when she bought, it was time for her to trade in her car and buy a new one. And we went to the car dealer and she bought a car that was much different than the one she had before. One she had before was a Toyota van, and now what she bought was a BMW SUV. Nicholas didn't like the car. He would have tantrums because he couldn't move around in that car. So I think she had the car maybe, without exaggeration, I think she had the car maybe 3 weeks. And she traded it in for another van, a Nissan van. And she said it was because Nicholas wasn't comfortable in that car. It was too small. He didn't have the, I'm sorry. Let me put this on Do Not Disturb. He didn't have the availability to walk around. In the van, he could walk around. Okay? Mm-hmm. But in this car, it was an SUV, so there's no place to walk around. So she got rid of the car because of Nicholas. And that I remember precisely.
I'm going to show you a picture from, I think, this time frame. This is what's marked for ID purposes as Defense Exhibit I. You can just tell us if you recognize that and describe it if you do.
Well, I recognize that it's Nicholas.
Okay.
And it's in Linda's house. I don't remember the date it was, okay? Mm-hmm. And it looks like, for me to describe to you, it kind of looks like the way Nicholas would do the lion or the tiger action. That's the way he would be in your face when he was doing it.
Show that to the camera.
Can you see it, Mr. Marcus?
I can. Thank you, Ms. Browd.
That again is Defense Exhibit I for identification, and will be Defense Exhibit 9.
No objection. Did she give an age when this was?
It probably was around maybe 3.
During this period of time when Nick is, before he's going to school, ages 2 to 5 or so, are you and the Cruz family still spending lots of time together?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what types of things are you getting together to do?
Barbecues, just hanging out together. I would stay over. I'd go over, we'd watch a show together that we were both into. Having dinner, that type of thing.
What about holidays?
Okay, holidays, we would spend holidays together later on.
Okay.
Like I've been to their house for Thanksgiving. when Roger was alive. But after, we would be together for all the holidays because the family was in New York and we were here.
I understand.
Wasn't until I think Nicholas and Zachary were, I want to say, 7 or 8 years old, that Linda would start going to New York and staying with Teresa, Roger's daughter, for a Christmas vacation.
Okay. Were there ever times that Linda and Roger helped you and your husband Bruce out?
Oh yes, many times.
Can you just give us an idea of what that was about?
Yeah, well, when we moved down here, my husband was told he would be making a certain amount of money, and that was not true. So I worked 2 jobs because he was on commission and he wasn't making the money they promised him. So to make ends meet, I worked 2 jobs, and there were times I couldn't afford my rent, and Linda would help me. Roger at one time decided he wanted to be part of our business that my husband and I owned later on, and he invested $12,000 into that business. But she was there for me like a sister. Whenever I needed her, she was there for me. And me vice versa for her, you know?
Yeah. Do you know whether or not Linda ever listed you on paperwork for the boys?
Yes, from day one.
Okay.
Okay. With the physician's office, I was the emergency contact. School, I was the emergency contact. Basically, whatever you need to put an emergency person on a form, my name was there.
Okay.
And hers was on my children.
I'm going to show you a photo that's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit L. Just ask you if you recognize that and describe it if you can.
Yeah. This is a picture on their patio of Harry and Caroline.
And who are Harry and Caroline?
They're close friends with Linda, but Linda always considered them her parents. She would refer to them as her parents. In reality, she used to babysit for their kids. That's how she knew them. But she always felt close enough to call them her parents. And like they never corrected her. You know, she said, "This is my dad," or whatever. And she introduced them. And Roger and Linda and Zachary and Nicholas are in this picture.
And this is where?
This is on their patio in Parkland.
Okay. And just your best guess about what time frame it would have been or how old the boys would have been?
Okay, well, Nicholas looks like he's probably around 4.
Okay.
I would say. 4. And Zachary looks around 2.
And the last names of these?
I don't remember. I know it was an Italian name.
Okay.
But I don't remember their last name.
Is Tartaglia, is that right?
Tartaglia, yeah, that's them.
Okay.
Yeah. If you say it, I remember.
I understand.
But yeah, we lived in the same development as them in Parkland, around the corner. So, but any functions, they were always there. And she always called James, her brother, and I'm trying to remember the sister's name, the so-called sister. I can't remember her name, but I know she lived in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
You know, and she had 2 kids. And that's her. Okay?
Thank you. And that, again, is marked for ID as defense exhibit L as in Lima, and will be defense exhibit number 10.
No objection.
John, just didn't know if you wanted to break now for lunch or keep going.
Well, let's keep going for a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to go now and just have you describe to us about Roger's death. And just start off with where you were when you got a call.
I was in Orlando. My son was enrolling in Valencia. And my husband we had a business at the time, so he was home. And I got a call from my husband. You need to come home right away. Something happened with Roger, and you need to come right away. The neighbor called my husband. So, in description to tell you, I drove home very fast. And I got home, and I dropped my son off, and I went directly to Linda's house. And when I walked in, the neighbor said to me, she doesn't think that he made it. Because when they left, there were no lights or sirens when they left the house. When Linda came back, the neighbor left and I stayed with the kids.
When you say the kid, you're talking about
Nicholas and Zachary.
Okay.
And when Linda came back, I knew as soon as she got out of the car that Roger didn't make it. And she broke down in my arms, and we tried to keep things away from the kids, okay, emotional things away from them. And we went into her room, and that's when she broke down. My husband stayed with Nicholas and Zachary in their rooms, you know what I mean? Or maybe in the den, I don't even remember. And then she said to me, she said, my best friend, my soulmate is no longer here. And she said, she told me what happened. She said that Roger wasn't feeling well. And he was about, either he went to the doctor or he was about to go to the doctor. Because that was one thing about him. He went to the doctor if he didn't feel good. Okay? And she said he was in the den with the boys. And then she said, I was making lunch in the kitchen. And I saw Nicholas, their den was all the way in the back of the house. So I want to say, it's not close, okay? So Nicholas came running down the hallway, that gives you some idea of the length, and ran into his room, which was right close to the kitchen, okay? And he was crying. And she said, "Nicholas, what happened? Daddy yelled at you?" And he said, as clear as the sun shines, "No, Daddy's dead." And she ran to the back of the house and she put Roger on the floor. He was on the couch. She put Roger on the floor. She called 911. She started CPR because she had her CPR thing from the kids, from adopting the kids. That was mandatory. And she tried to revive him. And the ambulance got there, but it was too late. And that was it. That's what happened.
And how old were the boys approximately at that point?
Nicholas was 6. I know that for a fact. And Zachary was 4.
So that would have been the year that Roger died was...
Let's see. He was born in 98, right?
Nicholas, yeah.
Yeah, so 2004.
Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't have my children yet. So, yeah.
Did the amount of time that you spent at Linda's house increase after Roger died?
Oh, yeah, I was there every day.
Okay. And did your husband, Bruce, spend a lot of time there too?
Yes.
And I think it's sort of obvious, but tell us why you started spending more time over there.
Well, she didn't have anybody else here. And our relationship was like sisters. And if I wasn't at her house, she was at my house. But we were together every day. And my husband felt that he needed to step up to the plate and be like a dad to Nicholas and Zachary.
Did you go to Roger's funeral?
Actually, my husband and I arranged everything. Linda was in no shape to do anything. My husband was in that business, okay? So my husband knew exactly what needed to be done. And he contacted the funeral home in Boca. And that's where we had the body sent to. My husband, I contacted a police officer that I knew as a child growing up who owned a funeral home in New York because Roger had a lot of business people in New York and family in New York. So we decided to fly the body up to New York for them to view the body, okay, for the funeral home. And so we made the arrangements for John that's the funeral director, to pick up the body at the airport and bring it to his funeral home. And then we contacted the police, the PBA, because Roger was extremely involved with the one in Boca. And because of his business, he was in advertising. So he did a lot of fundraising things for them. Okay, he also gave money to them. Okay.
When you say the PBA, what is that?
The Police Benevolent Association.
Benevolent Association?
Yeah, that's it. So we contacted them and told them that Roger had passed away. Roger was also a veteran. So we made arrangements for Roger to have a 21 gun salute at the funeral. Okay. And the Boca police, they did, they escorted Roger to the funeral home with motorcycles and stuff like that. So he went out as good as a president of the United States. But, and he had the flag, American flag, and it was beautiful. My husband did a great job.
Were there things that you started helping Linda with after Roger died?
Well, yeah, after I sat her down and I said, listen, we need to know if, we need to call the insurance companies for the life insurance policies. And, we had made arrangements to have several death certificates, okay? Different ones that have to show the cause of death and ones that don't. And because certain places need certain things. So we her and I called together different policies that he had in the office, in the house office, and only to find out that he cashed them in.
You say he, you talking about
Roger.
Okay.
She had no idea.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break. It is 12:45. I would ask that you please be back at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you very much. Okay, court is back in session. The lawyers are present, the defendant is present. Are both sides ready to bring the jury in? And it's my understanding by agreement, in order to accommodate a defense witness who's flying out of state tonight, we're going to stop the testimony of Finney Broward and take the defense witness out of turn. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And state you don't have an objection?
Right.
Okay.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in order to accommodate one of the defense witnesses who has a flight out tonight, we're going to stop the testimony of Finney Broward, what we call the perpetuated testimony. That's the video testimony we've been watching. And we're going to, the defense is going to call one of their witnesses out of turn. And then when we finish with that witness, we'll continue the testimony of Finney Broward, just so you all understand what's going on. Okay, defense, you can call your next witness when you're ready.
Thank you, Deb. Shanika, stay up there.
Just please remain standing on me to be sworn.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. The stationary microphone right in front of you, looks like a stick coming out of the desk. That's the microphone that you're going to be using. If you would please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name for the record.
Dr. Shamika Stanford, Stanford.
Would you spell your first name too?
Shameka.
Thank you.
May I?
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I am a professor and a speech and language pathologist.
And are you licensed in your field?
I am.
When were you licensed?
I was licensed in 2010.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in computer science with a minor in speech and language pathology. I have a master's of education in speech and language pathology, and I have a PhD in communication sciences and disorders with a specialization in child language disorders.
Okay. And what is your employment background?
My employment background is primarily an associate professor in communication sciences and disorders and a speech and language pathologist.
Do you have a primary field of study within speech and language pathology?
Yes.
What is that?
My primary field is child language disorders and the intersection between communication disorders and involvement with the criminal justice system.
And have you published in the area of speech and language pathology?
Yes.
What area of research did you publish in?
Primarily, I publish in the area of child language disorders. I publish in the confluence between communication disorders and involvement with the school to confinement pipeline and involvement with the criminal justice system.
Okay, and have you previously testified as an expert in court?
Yes.
And how many times?
One other time.
And what would you say is your specific area of expertise?
My specific area of expertise is the intersection between language disorders and involvement with the criminal justice system, criminal thinking and behavior, and the school to confinement pipeline.
Okay. Dr. Stanford, tell the jury what communication is.
Communication is the interaction of code systems and language, verbal and nonverbal, between one or more people. functioning is an umbrella that addresses different areas of cognitive domains. And so depending on what you tested, you may get an IQ score for a domain that is under the umbrella of executive functioning.
So can a person have an average IQ but still have problems with executive functioning?
They can.
Can a language disorder be cured?
No, a language disorder cannot be cured.
Okay. Is there anything that can be done when a person is identified with a language disorder?
The goal is to address their needs to habilitate, meaning provide them with a baseline, remediate, and provide them with strategies to be able to function in society.
Okay. And how are communication disorders usually diagnosed?
Primarily, communication disorder is diagnosed by the speech and language pathologist.
Okay. And how is a speech and language pathologist able to determine whether the person has a speech disorder or a language disorder or both?
We utilize a comprehensive assessment that assesses both the speech, sound, production, and also the language portion. And so from doing those testings, you'll be able to see in each domain where there is severity and where there is skill and determine the disorder.
Okay, when is the most ideal time to begin treatment for a language disorder?
As early as possible.
Why is that?
Because there is a window. So when you're seeing disorders in a young child, early intervention is the area that we want to target because we're looking at that point at a delay. And so the child has time to catch up to the skills that they need before they enter school, where the curriculum becomes an additional burden to the deficits they already have. And so we want to get it as early as possible so that we're giving them that time to practice it, experience it, and engage with it before they go into the school systems.
So what happens when a child's language disorder is not identified or treated early?
If a delay is not identified or treated early, it becomes a disorder. And once it becomes a disorder, what we're saying is there's a gap between what they should know and what they currently are expected to gain as they're in school. And so we're working to try to bridge the gap not only between the baseline skills they should have gotten before they enter school, but also keep them up with the academic demand.
Okay, and what would be the process if an educator notices that a child may have a speech or language delay?
When an educator notices a speech and language delay, there's a referral to the speech and language pathologist who is on the IEP team. After the consent of the parent or caregiver, a comprehensive evaluation is conducted by the speech and language pathologist and a diagnosis is provided.
Okay, so now I want to talk specifically about Nicholas Cruz. When were you retained on this case?
2019.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
At this time, about 230.
Okay, and why so many hours?
I've been through thousands of pages of records and review. I've reviewed videos and calls.
Okay, and what is your hourly rate?
$110.
All right, so you said you reviewed thousands of pages and video and audio. What actual materials did you review?
I reviewed the education records from pre-K to the last grade completed, which was 10th grade. I have reviewed the evaluation reports. I have reviewed the police interview, and the jail calls.
Okay, and did you interview Nicholas yourself?
I did.
And just generally, what did your review of all of those records tell you about Nicholas Cruz?
Overall, it told me that Nicholas Cruz has been struggling or living with a language impairment or disorder from a very early age that has not been significantly or specifically addressed, and that he still persists with that disorder.
Okay. And in your research and experience, is there any correlation between language disorders and prenatal alcohol exposure?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And so if a child is being evaluated for a speech or language disorder, would knowing that be something that would matter to the speech and language pathologist?
Yes, it would.
Okay, what about perinatal anoxia? Would that be important to know about?
Yes, it would.
And why would those things matter?
Well, one, when you're doing a comprehensive evaluation...
Objection. There's no facts and evidence of perinatal anoxia.
Okay, you need to lay a foundation.
That's a hypothetical question.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay, we'll just keep it then to prenatal alcohol exposure.
When there is a speech and language evaluation being conducted, one part of the evaluation is the medical background or the background history. And so the knowledge of exposure to alcohol in utero or prenatal tells us that it will impact areas of the brain. What areas of the brain is not directly known yet, but when we know that there is exposure to alcohol, we are aware that there can be impact significantly to brain development that will then affect language skill.
Okay, so I want to start with preschool. And how generally do preschool children, if they have a speech or language delay, how do they communicate?
If there is a speech and language delay that is being worked on or not yet being worked on, primarily communication is in the form of behavior, the output physical reactions. And so you'll see children that are primarily, for lack of a better word, throwing a tantrum, or they're frustrated, they kick, they scream, they may bite. They may also have self-injurious behaviors where they bite or hit themselves.
And why is that?
It is because that is their current means of communication. And so behavior in itself is a communication. It is me telling you something. And so whether they are expressing that they are frustrated or angry or need help because they don't have the baseline or the ability to express it verbally or in writing because they're lacking those skills, then that is their manner of communicating it.
And did you see anything in your review of the school records that would suggest that Nicholas had a speech and language delay?
Yes.
And what was that?
There were the teacher observations discussing the concern of language ability and speech concerns. There were also the evaluations that were provided.
Okay. And do you know how old Nicholas was before he started speaking?
He was 2 years old when he started speaking.
And is that unusual?
Yes, it is.
Okay. As part of your record review, did you see a psychological evaluation performed on Nicholas when he was in preschool?
I did.
And was speech and language testing included in that?
Yes, it was.
And do you remember when that was?
It was in 2002.
And do you remember what Nicholas's chronological age was at the time he underwent this testing?
At the time of the psychological testing, Nicholas' chronological age was 3 years and 5 months.
And what was his test age performance?
He performed at the age of 1 year and 11 months, just under 2 years of age.
Okay, and so what does that mean?
It means that he was demonstrating the ability and skills of almost a 2-year-old, but not at the age of a 3.5-year-old.
Okay. And were there any recommendations made as a result of that testing?
There was.
And do you remember what those recommendations were?
I remember some. I can't recall all of them.
Okay, if I were to show you that evaluation, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
May I approach the witness? You may.
Thank you.
So what were some of the recommendations made by the evaluators?
The evaluators,
Sorry.
pardon me. The evaluators recommended that intervention work on increasing Nicholas' vocabulary, that he work on increasing Nicholas' ability to answer WH questions and yes/no questions, that they work on Nicholas' ability to follow verbal directions and to be able to increase his attention to task, meaning sit still for longer when there's activities being conducted. They recommended that they increase his social skills, being able to interact with his peers, and that he increase his ability to learn to turn take with peers. And then also there was a recommendation for learning to be able to independently use the bathroom, his toilet training skills, and to learn propositions on, under, beside, next to.
Okay, and from your review of the records, was he provided that at that time with treatment for this language disorder and speech disorder?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it again?
Was he, as a result of that, was he then provided with treatment for a speech and language disorder?
He was Provided with treatment for the speech, and yes.
Okay, and who provided that treatment to him?
An ESC teacher?
Okay, so not a speech and language pathologist?
No.
Okay, and what was the primary focus of that treatment?
The primary focus was his speech production.
Okay. And in your opinion, was it problematic that it wasn't being done by a speech and language pathologist?
In my opinion, yes.
And why is that?
Because the speech and language pathologist is trained and certified to specifically address speech and language from a level that an ESC teacher may understand it to provide a generic intervention, but because they have other roles as a teacher, the skill and intervention would be diluted.
Okay, and I want to go back. You said you talked about WH questions. Can you explain what those are?
Yes, so your WH questions are what, why, who, when, where, and how. And in a child, they're going to go from concrete, which is the what and the who and the where, into the abstract, which is the why and the how and the when.
Okay, and that was one of the recommended areas of
Yes.
work? Okay. And did you see anything that would show that assistance was provided?
No, I did not.
Okay, and was he tested again later that year by a speech and language pathologist?
Yes, he was.
And what was he tested for at that time?
At that time, he was tested for articulation, which is speech.
Okay, and do you know why he was tested only for articulation?
I don't know specifically why, but I know that there was a referral for a concern of his speech production.
Okay, so the referral was only for articulation errors?
Correct.
It did not include a language referral?
Correct.
Okay. So, from your review of his preschool records, what's the takeaway from that?
The takeaway is although there was definitely the presence of speech disorders or speech production, there was also a greater concern about his language ability and his language skills, and that was being presented in his behavior and his inability to make friends. And so there was a definite noticeable impairment in his language skills.
Okay, and did you feel it was adequately being addressed at that time?
I did not. No.
Okay, so then let's talk about elementary school.
Okay.
What was the focus of his treatment in elementary school and kindergarten?
Primarily the speech disorder.
Okay. And was he also evaluated in kindergarten?
He was.
And do you remember when?
2005.
Okay. And what did the results of that language evaluation show?
The results showed that although there was a speech disorder, that there was a severe presence of a language impairment, specifically with problem solving, WH questions, sentence expression, following directions.
Okay. And you said severe. Is there a test age equivalency that was provided in the records for this test?
I do not recall.
Okay. Is severe the highest
Yes.
ranking of the language disorder?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time in kindergarten, do they begin to address some of his language delay?
Yes, they began to.
Okay. And so how do they address it?
So they address some of the goals, mainly the vocabulary, and they primarily focus on the speech.
Okay. So they did provide goals. Were those the ones that he really needed the most, I guess is a way to ask?
So they were not the most significant areas that could have been addressed at that time.
So based on your review, what areas should have been addressed?
So that definitely should have addressed the problem solving, the verbal directions, following verbal directions. It should have been addressing for the consequential thinking and inferencing skills, and then definitely addressing the vocabulary and sentence expression.
Okay. And when was his next testing, if you remember?
2007.
Okay, and how old is he at this time, if you remember?
8.
Okay. Do you remember how many months?
He is 8 years, 4 months.
Okay. And what was his age equivalency on that test?
On that test, his age equivalency was at least 2 years behind his chronological age of 8 years, 4 months. I do recall that.
Okay, so you remember it being 6-ish?
It was, around 6 years of age, 6'1".
Okay, so he's still presenting at about 2 years behind
Correct.
his chronological age?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, did his goals change to reflect his needs?
The goals changed slightly.
Okay. And did they reflect his current needs?
They still were not reflecting the areas that required the most attention.
Okay. So let's talk about third grade. And just generally, what is the significance of third grade in a child's
So third grade is that middle mark where a child is transitioning from being taught how to learn to getting ready to go into a grade where you're having to use those skills to learn. And so third grade is that marker where if you're missing the base and skill in knowing how to take notes, follow directions, retain information, ask for help when you're not understanding something, ask for things to be repeated. When you get to the fourth grade, again, there's going to be that continuous gap or fall behind in your ability to keep up with the rest of the class and your peers.
Okay, and was he tested in third grade?
He was tested in third grade, yes.
Okay, and do you remember what his chronological age was?
His chronological age in third grade was 10 years, 7 months.
Okay, and do you remember what the results were from that testing?
The results from the testing was that he had a severe language impairment.
Okay, and do you remember the range of his scores?
His scores range from about 6 years, 5 months to about 8.5, 8 years and some change.
Okay, so he's still about
2 years behind, yes.
Okay. Now, are there factors that can affect the scoring on the tests?
Yes.
And what are those?
So you can have many external factors that can affect scoring on a test, beginning with distractors. So depending on what's going on around the individual who's walking by in the hallway, children yelling and running up and down the halls, how the information is presented. So the clinician giving the test, there may be a disconnect between how I'm asking you the question and how you understand the question. There may be also mood. It just may not be a good day for you, and so testing may not be the best time to test you at that moment. And then you may also have test fatigue. A test can generally take about an hour at minimum for one test, and so a child can definitely get tired. And Nicholas' experience, sitting still for long periods of time was already an area of impairment, so having to sit for an hour would be difficult.
Okay, and you said before that the testing, the different tests, there was a range of 6-ish to about 8.5. Is it uncommon for there to be such discrepancies in the subtests?
No, it's not.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, you have different factors. One of the factors is that the tests are not all created by the same author, and so the way they score or set up the scoring guide can change those factors, but also a child's skills may be better in one area than another, and so you may see the difference in the ability because of that.
So when the SLP gets that information and sees strengths in one area and weaknesses in the other, what should they do?
They should address the area where there's weakness.
Okay. Now, at this point, how long has Nicholas had an IEP?
About 5.5 or 6 years.
Okay, and have there been speech or language-related goals in that IEP?
Yes.
Do they appear to be working?
No.
And why is that?
Mainly because the goals were not relevant to his needs, and so they were writing goals, but the goals were not addressing what needed to be addressed. And so, there was that continuous intervention, but it wasn't functional or relevant to what he needed, so it wasn't hitting home.
And so what did you see in your review of his records through elementary school that would tell you that he was still struggling with this language disorder?
So besides the grades demonstrating, low grades, there was also just the behavioral output. And so there were, times where there's avoidance behaviors where you would see that Nicholas would act out or lash out so that he can be put out of the classroom, primarily because the difficulties were so low or so impaired that me getting kicked out is easier than me having to sit here and let everybody know, one, that I'm struggling, but two, that I am unable to do this work. And so you saw a lot of that behavioral stuff, not being able to attend to the task or sit still or, attend to that information. You also saw it in his social ability in the classroom, where the impairment was breaking down his attempt to make friends. And so his thoughts or approach to making a friend was not common to the other children. And so there was a lot of social skills and peer development breakdowns.
Okay. Now I want to talk now about middle school. And what is the significance, or how, for a child moving from elementary school to middle school?
Middle school is a very demanding, as we all probably know, a very demanding part of your academic career. It is the preparation for you to go to high school, which is transitioning you into adulthood. But middle school is also where the curriculum becomes more heavy and the burden becomes larger, because now you have to write. You have to put your ideas in writing. You have to be able to organize your thoughts to put it in writing. You have to be able to express yourself in many different settings and interactions to be able to function and succeed, not only directly, but also in the standardized testing and assessments that are developed in the middle school sector.
Okay. And from your review, how did having this severe language disorder affect Nicholas academically in middle school?
Academically, Nicholas significantly struggled. He demonstrated significant difficulty in all grades. It impaired his ability to keep up with the class demand and the curriculum demand, but also to succeed in each of the classes in the end of year testing.
And what about socially?
Socially, again, that was that significant impairment that created an isolation process for him. So it was almost like him trying to communicate in a different language than the peers around him. And so because they weren't speaking the same language, no matter what he tried and how he tried to remediate that, it was always, I'm speaking one language and you're speaking another. And so his peers kind of avoided him, because what we recognize as a disorder came across as just, weird or awkward for them. And so he had a lot of isolating moments.
What is social communication?
Social communication is the communication needed to engage with others in a social setting and to be interactive.
Okay, and did you see evidence of impairments?
Yes.
In that? All right. How did having this language disorder affect him behaviorally in middle school?
So behaviorally, there were a lot of overt physical behaviors that were the default, because at some point it just became that this is the manner that is most comfortable for me to respond back to react when I'm frustrated, when I'm confused about what's happening, when I am anxious, when I'm stressed, when I'm angry that my friends don't understand my joke. Like, those type of things impacted him socially. And so he, again, had a lot of isolated moments where there was just a disconnect in that ability.
And did you see an evaluation of him in middle school, a language evaluation?
There was a language evaluation, yes.
Okay, do you remember what grade?
This was in the 8th grade.
Okay, and do you remember how he scored on that?
The test was incomplete, so I know that there was some noted concerns, but the test was not fully done for me to tell you what it was.
Did he show some improvement?
There was slight improvement, but not enough for him to catch up to what he had already lost.
Okay, and what would explain why he showed some improvement in the 8th grade from where he tested previously?
So by this time, if you have been living, for instance, from pre-K all the way to the 8th grade with a language disorder and impairment that is impacting you in all areas of your life, you tend to pick up some compensatory strategies to kind of bridge the gap for yourself. So you figure out ways to make it work or succeed, and you pick up on those. You swallow language whole so that you may not inherently understand it, but you can do it enough to get by. And that's sometimes what you see when you see an individual where there's some progress in some areas and not others is that they have figured out or developed some type of skill to do enough to get by.
Okay. And now let's talk briefly about high school. So what's the significance of the transition from middle school to high school?
So high school is your part where you're transitioning into adulthood. This is preparing you to get a job, to go to college, to be functional in society. So it is that preparation. It focuses on academic skills, but the goal really is to transition you into being able to function in society.
Okay. And so as you go from school to school, as you move up from preschool to elementary to middle to high school, do the demands increase in all areas?
Absolutely, the demand will increase in all areas.
Okay, and that's academically?
Academically, yes, and socially.
And socially, okay. And did he receive any language services in high school?
He did, briefly.
Okay. And was he tested at all in high school?
There was a test scheduled for high school, but I don't recall that it was administered.
Okay. So I want to fast forward up now to around the time of the incident, actually the date of the incident, February 14th of 2018. And you told the jury that you reviewed his statement to Detective Curcio, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you see anything in that statement that would be significant to you in terms of a language disorder?
Yes. There was noted difficulty with answering the WH questions. There was difficulty with understanding the words that the detective was presenting to him. And then there was also some behavioral things that were noted when he was also in pre-K and first grade that he was also doing in the room.
Okay, and what kind of behaviors did you see that he was doing when he was a child?
So there's a moment in the interview where he's banging his head or pulling his hair. These were also common behaviors that were reported constantly or consistently in his reports in pre-K and kindergarten, where he would pull his hair and bang his head.
Okay, so did it appear to you from watching that Nicholas grew out of his language disorder when he was 19?
No, it did not.
Okay, and you said you interviewed Mr. Cruz yourself, right?
I did.
Okay, and when did you do that?
I interviewed him in 2021.
All right, and what did you do as part of that interview?
I conducted a comprehensive speech and language evaluation.
Okay, and just generally, like, what did you observe in your time with him?
I observed that there was the presence still of a language disorder. I also observed that there was a lot of times when he was attempting to try to appear like he understood what I was saying or what was happening, but because I could see below the surface, I recognized the language disorders.
Okay, and you said you did a comprehensive evaluation?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that testing?
To determine if the presence of a language disorder still exists.
Okay, and is that purpose, your purpose, was it the same as the purpose when he was in preschool and elementary school and middle school?
No, not necessarily.
All right, what's the difference?
So in the school testing, they were testing to qualify him for speech and language services. They were testing to determine if there was a disorder that they could now treat and if he was eligible for the services based on the school requirement.
Okay, and were there any limitations to your testing of him?
There was.
And what was that?
Some of the tests that I did conduct were for an age that was below Nicholas' current age when I tested him.
And why did you use those tests?
Because those tests are designed to determine the presence of language impairments in various areas. Those are the only ones available to do that.
Okay, are there tests that exist for people over the age of 18?
There are, but they are not designed to test language skills below that age. They are designed for when there are extraneous factors that have impacted the individual's language. So if there's been a traumatic brain injury or a stroke or dementia, the tests are designed to test for that.
Okay, so the tests that are designed for adults, people over 18, are more for acquired
Correct.
problems. And you were not looking at that, right?
Correct. I was not looking at that.
What were you just looking for?
If the presence of a language disorder still exists.
Okay. And what did your testing tell you?
That Nicholas still presents with a moderate to severe language disorder in both expressive and receptive language.
Okay. And do you know how long Mr. Cruz has now been incarcerated?
About 4.5 years.
Okay. Do you know the circumstances of that incarceration?
That he's currently in isolation.
Okay. And do you know how he spends a lot of his time?
Watching the news and reading books.
Okay. How would that affect his abilities, his language abilities?
So 4.5 years of only being exposed to news that tells you current events and reading books, you're going to pick up some new words, vocabulary words. You're also going to remember current events, especially because the news repeats information. So you're being presented with the consistent information that is given on the news. So now you appear to have current events and be up with what is happening in society.
Okay. And you said you also listened to a few of his telephone calls.
I did.
Okay. And what did you hear in those that would be significant to you in terms of the presence of language disorder?
There was still the presence of difficulty understanding sometimes what was being said to him. He had trouble sometimes with the WH questions and vocabulary words. There were also behavioral presentations where at one point he began to make the animal noises that were reported back when he was in pre-K and kindergarten.
Okay. And what did you think that was about?
So one of my opinions would be that the conversation got really heavy and too deep for him, and so he was presenting with that avoidance behavior where he started to make the animal noises to distract or get off of that topic. Also because he sometimes has difficulty verbally saying, that let's change the subject, or I don't understand what this is about, let's move on.
Okay, so is he able to have a conversation?
Superficially, yes.
Okay, and what about, does the number of people involved affect it?
Yes, when there are more people involved in a conversation, his ability to engage in that conversation is going to crumble because you have to have many skills to have a conversation with multiple people. I have to listen to you and keep track of what you're saying, listen to the person I'm actually talking to and keep track of that topic. And so being able to do all of that in addition to figure out the words that are being used and the cadences and flows will affect him because those skills are still impaired.
Okay, and based on your review of the more recent interactions, his statement to the police, your interview with him, the jail calls, do you believe he grew out of his language disorder?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay, and then can you just tell the jury, as best you can, what it would be like to live in a world, when you have a very severe language disorder?
So when you engaging in society with a very severe language disorder, it's almost like you walking around in a booth by yourself where you're screaming internally, but no one can hear you on the other side, where sometimes you are able to get the information out, but when you did, it came out as gibberish. Or that you're talking about sneakers, and I picked up on the sneaker part, but I start talking about shoestrings. And so there's always these breakdowns and these difficulties to stay with what is happening in society that creates this bubble of where you're isolated, where everything may on the surface seem good, but when we really dig into the discussions and the words and the interactions, it starts to crumble apart. And so you're standing there alone because you're never able to really connect with anyone.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination? Sure. Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Stanford.
Good afternoon.
So on direct, you mentioned that you went through a lot of the educational records that you reviewed and mentioned where the defendant had scored on some of these. These were all standardized tests, correct?
Not all of them, no.
What's the percentage of them that were standardized?
I don't know off the top of my head.
More than half?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, these are tests in which the defendant is compared to other children of his age and grade, correct?
In the standardized ones, yes.
Okay. And you also said you watched the confession of the defendant?
Correct.
And you made some observations. How do you know he wasn't just faking throughout the confession?
Faking what?
The behaviors.
I was speaking to what I noticed in correlation to what he presented with in pre-K and kindergarten.
Had you met with the defendant before you viewed the confession?
I did.
Okay, so this was after you met with him and you felt that these behaviors were the same as the one he was exhibiting when he was a child?
They were consistent, yes.
Okay. And you administered approximately 10 different exams to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And that was all on the same day?
They were 2 days.
And that was August 23rd and 24th?
Correct.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit? You have a soft voice. How long did that take?
The first day it was a full day, so almost 7 hours, if I'm recalling correctly. And the second day was about 4 hours to complete.
Okay. And these are all educational and psychological tests?
These are all speech and language pathology.
I'm sorry?
Speech and language pathology assessments.
None of them are forensic site?
One of them was a forensic test, yes.
And which one was that?
The Miranda rights.
And are you familiar with this book, Standards for Educational and Psychological Testing?
It was referred to me before in deposition.
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with it independently, no.
So did you use the methodology in this book in performing all these examinations?
No, because I'm not a psychologist.
Well, we'll get to that. So you said for the Miranda, that's the MRCI test that you administered?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have that manual?
I don't have it on me, no.
Do you own it?
Yes, I do.
Did you own it at the time that you administered the test?
No.
Okay. You purchased the test, correct?
I did.
And that is a forensic psychology test, correct?
It is designed, it was created, and it's on a forensic psychology website, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in order to administer that test, you have to either be a medical doctor or have a PhD in psychology?
I'm aware that when you purchase the test, they put you through the qualifications to make sure that you are qualified to test, and I met the qualifications.
How did you meet the qualifications if you don't have a medical degree or a PhD in psychology?
I have a PhD in communication sciences and disorders, and I'm trained in forensic.
Sorry, ma'am, could you just
Sorry.
slow down a little bit and speak up for me? Because
Yes.
it's all blurring together. And with the mask, it's hard to hear.
I apologize. I have a PhD in communication sciences and disorders, and I'm trained in forensics. I apologize.
Dr. Stanford, can you see this?
I can.
Okay. And keep scrolling. I'm sorry, go back up. All the way up. Go back down. Down. Okay, right here. It says doctoral degree required.
Screen is blank, and we haven't seen this before, and we're not seeing it now either.
Okay. Miss, can you see?
I can see it.
I see it. I don't know.
We don't see each other.
No, I don't see
The
it.
state has not previously shown us any of the documents that they intend to use, if this is the only one, so we would just like to have an opportunity to review what it is they're going to present to the jury, which is what we have been doing throughout this entire trial.
Okay, I state, is this where the test was purchased? Is this the website where it's purchased?
Website.
Okay, so what are you asking me to do? Can you all see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, so let me know when you've had enough time to look at it.
Orders for this item will not be shipped unless you establish your
That's
qualification.
not a form, so I don't know how you were able to get the test,
Mm-hmm.
but you are not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist.
I am not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the actual test is concerned, that's again the MRCI test that you administered. There's basically 4 sections on that test.
I don't, yes.
Okay, and you did not score one whole section, correct?
I'm sorry, what was your question, please?
There's 4 sections on the test, and Dr. Stanford, you did not score an entire section, correct?
I don't recall. Can you show me what you're looking at?
Just to refresh your recollection, she can just show the witness, she doesn't need to put it on the screen. Okay, this is the state's cross-examination, how you would conduct your cross-examination and how Ms. Schiappone wants to conduct hers don't affect one another. So if you have an objection, that's fine, but making suggestions as to how she should conduct her cross-examination.
Well, an objection of refreshing her recollection with a document she publishes to the jury.
The objection is sustained.
May I approach her?
You may.
This is marked. I'm showing you what is
Thank you.
the test that you administered to the defendant on August 23rd, 2021, and that's the MRCI, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there's that first page there, there's the 4 sections that I was talking about.
4 sections,
There's
yes.
the section that's not scored.
This section is scored. It's not reported on this first page, but when you go to the section, it's scored.
Why wouldn't the scores be put on the front page then, when you were making your comparison?
Because when I wasn't making a comparison, and 2, I wasn't reporting on that area.
I can't remember.
I wasn't making a comparison, and I wasn't reporting on that area. It wasn't an area I was looking at.
Is this a subjective test?
I don't understand your question.
Well, I mean, you didn't have the manual, and so you're just randomly scoring him.
I don't understand. What's the question?
You didn't have the manual, right, before you had this test?
Before I had the test, I did not have the manual.
Okay, so do you know if the manual allows you to just not put all the scores together on the front to say anything relevant about this test?
The test is not a conglomerate of all of the scores equaling a final score. Each score stands alone.
Well, is that what the manual says?
The manual doesn't say that the test is a requirement of all scores for standardized assessment.
How would you know if you don't have the manual?
I have the manual after you said during the time. I have the manual after.
You didn't have it when you administered the exam, though.
I didn't carry the manuals inside with me, no.
The next test that you administered was the social responsiveness scale. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And this is really a test to assess autism, isn't it?
No.
And, well, the defendant's not diagnosed with autism, correct?
No.
Are you familiar with the manual on this test?
Yes.
And are you aware that the test was standardized to church and community groups?
Am I aware that they were standardized to church and community groups?
In other words, that was their database that they used.
Okay.
Okay, you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay. So, since that's your normative database, why would you use it for somebody that's incarcerated?
Because you don't know who's in a church or community group. It could be people that have been incarcerated in a church or community group.
Well, in order for anyone to say anything relevant here, you have to be comparing groups that are similarly situated. Would you agree with that?
No, because I was not comparing.
What were you using the test for then?
Determining if the presence of a language disorder still exists.
I can't understand.
Determining if the presence of a language disorder still exists.
But in order to do that, don't you have to compare him to other people that are similarly situated?
No, you do not.
You're just comparing him to himself.
You compare him to himself, correct.
These are normative diagnostic tests. That means that you're using them to compare them to a similar situated group.
No, it does not mean that.
It doesn't mean that.
No.
Okay. You also administered the test of information processing?
Yes, I did.
And looks like that was on the same day, August 23rd, 2021.
Correct.
And there's a section in there, if you recall, DR1, DR2.
I do not recall. Can you show it to me, please?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
This is the whole exam.
Okay. Thank you.
And what is DR1 and DR2?
They're the sections of the assessment that probes the individual for remembering information that is presented to them.
And you have that doesn't remember in both sections?
Correct.
Okay. But there was no problem remembering in some of the other sections?
But those were different presentations.
Well, his memory was fine for one page and then, according to you, not on the second page.
No, because those are different presentations.
Okay. Did you test him for malingering?
I did.
At what point?
At the beginning, before we did any other testing.
And what test was that?
The B test.
That's a test for malingering?
Yes, it is.
It's not a test for effort?
It is a test for test effort, which also looks at malingering.
You gave him the social language development test, adolescent?
I did.
Okay. And it says right on the test that the ages are from 12 to 17, correct?
Correct.
But you gave it to the defendant and he was almost 23 years old, correct?
I did.
And again, this is a test that's a normative diagnostic test. It's supposed to be used to compare the student to other students of the same age and grade, correct?
Okay, correct.
And the reason for that is because after 12 or 17 years old, there's no more data.
The reason for that is because by that age it is expected that the child would have mastered language.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The reason for that is because usually after that age, a person would have been expected to have mastered language skills.
Okay, but there are tests for adults, correct?
Those tests are for when there are extraneous factors that have now impacted the typically developing adults' language skills.
So you're saying there's no age-appropriate test for this defendant and you had to use one where the cutoff was 17?
There were some and I did use those.
I mean, these tests have, the ages are for a reason, right?
When you're doing school age, the ages are to let you know that there are some tests that may be too high level for certain ages, and so I wouldn't use a test for a 17-year-old on a 3-year-old.
Are you familiar with the manual for this test?
I am.
Does it say in there that that's the appropriate use of this test?
That what is the appropriate use?
It wouldn't be an appropriate use.
I don't know what the question is.
Does the manual say that it's appropriate use of a test that specifically says you can only use it for ages 12 to 17 to use it on anybody of any age that you choose?
The manual doesn't speak to any of that.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. You also gave him a clinical assessment of pragmatics.
I did.
The acronym is CAPS.
Yes.
And in that test, the defendant watches a video, right?
Yes.
And you said for malingering in the beginning with what you said was the B test.
Correct.
And you didn't have any concerns
About what?
about whether he was malingering during this test.
He presented with normal test effort.
He
He presented with normal test effort.
normal test effort.
Yes.
Okay. And similarly, like with the last test, this is supposed to be only administered to children up to 18.
Correct.
Okay. But you thought it was appropriate.
I did.
Okay. And does the manual allow for that?
Allow for what?
Using it for inappropriate ages?
There's no such thing as an inappropriate age.
Then why have an age on there at all?
Because again, there's some tests that'll be too high level for some ages when you're qualifying a child for services in the school system. So I would not use an 18-year-old test on a 5-year-old.
But there's no data in those tests to compare him to.
I was
There's
not
no
comparing him.
23-year-olds.
I was not comparing him.
So how do you say anything relevant about a score?
Because I can tell you what his skill was in each of those areas that I tested.
Well, then you can just do that without administering a test.
No, I
These
cannot.
tests are designed to compare to groups of people.
They're not designed to compare. They're designed to tell you where the deficit in ability is.
But in order to tell you that, you have to compare to a group of people.
You don't have to.
Are you going to be, are you watching the defendant over a period of time?
As far as what?
Are you going to retest them in the future?
If I am asked to, yes.
I mean, that's the only way that individual testing can tell you anything. These tests are designed to show where they fall in a group of people.
Well, that would have been established from the past records demonstrating a language impairment, and then testing him again when I did. The presence that the disorder was still there demonstrates that there is a language disorder.
All right, you also gave the clinical evaluation of language fundamentals.
I did.
That's the 5th edition.
Correct.
And again, this test is only appropriate for individuals 11 through 21.
Correct.
And in fact, there are certain pages, may I approach? You may. In which the top specifically says ages 11 through 12 complete. And you had the defendant complete it anyway.
I did. I had him complete all of it.
And again, this is a test that doesn't have any normative data for a 23-year-old, correct?
Correct.
And you still felt it was appropriate?
I did.
All right, the test of problem solving, you administered that, correct?
I did.
And now this is normed for 12 to 17-year-olds, correct?
Yes.
Can you please put it, please? There is a caveat with this one, however.
Okay.
Let me know when you can see
I can see it.
Manual. I don't think this is the top test.
Okay, do you want to state for the record what you're going to be showing her?
It's a test that she administered. It's a test of problem solving TOPS 2 for adolescents. And I'm just showing her the manual, and I was going to ask a question about whether or not something was done. Okay. Dr. Stamper, can you see this?
Yes, I can.
And Aaron, can you scroll down a little bit, please? Now, it does say, if testing a subject 18 years or older, no normative data can be used except for age equivalency. Report the subject's performance on the TOPS 2 adolescent with a narrative report describing how the subject responded to the various question types. You didn't do that with this, correct?
I didn't do what?
What I just read.
Which part of what you read? They gave a bunch of different things.
Did you write a narrative report?
I did not.
Okay. And I think this is the last one. This is the Comprehensive Assessment of Spoken Language, 2nd edition.
Okay.
And this, again, is only supposed to be given to individuals up to 21. Do you know why you didn't fully score this?
Can you show it to me? I don't recall what you're talking about.
For the record, you're showing her.
I'm sorry, the Comprehensive Assessment of Spoken Language, 2nd edition.
Thank you. Well, I didn't fully score what?
For example, this has 15 through...
Absolutely. Sure. So when you do an assessment, you start at the age of the individual or close to the age of the individual. Anything before that is considered correct unless they get these answers wrong, and then I will respond by error correcting and administering backwards. So you don't score these.
Right, but you didn't finish this whole row.
Because once you get 4 incorrect, you stop testing.
And why would you start in a area where the age is 9 to 14?
So if you notice, I started at his age and went backwards. So again, like I said, once a person demonstrates an error and we can't establish a baseline, you go backwards. So the reason why I went that far back is because he actually performs at the age of a 12-year-old.
And how are you able to assess that when there's no data for a 23-year-old in this test?
I don't understand the question.
How are you able to say anything relevant about how the defendant is performing when you don't have sufficient data?
Because the data is the performance of the individual. So if you ask them the question and they respond correct, that's your data. If you ask them the question and they respond wrong, that's your data. So his performance was that he answered the questions wrong all the way back to the age of 12.
With all due respect, Dr. Stanford, the data is the normative database.
No, the normative is not the data. The data is what is the performance, the raw data.
We talked a little earlier about age-appropriate tests, and you said that there were not any.
I didn't say that there were not any.
Okay, well, are you familiar with the wide range achievement test, 5th edition?
I am.
And you didn't administer that?
I'm not qualified. I don't administer the WIAT. That's not in my scope of practice.
But you could have administered it.
I could have, but it was not in my scope of practice.
And that's for ages 5 to 85, so that would have been appropriate.
No, it would not have.
It would not have?
No.
Because you didn't want to administer it?
No, because that's an education assessment and I was assessing language skills.
Well, this assesses reading, spelling, math skills, and possible learning disabilities.
So you identify education assessment. I was only assessing language skills.
And what I just read into the record doesn't speak language skills to you?
You can identify language skills within them, but that test is primarily designed to test education performance.
Are you familiar with the Weschler Individual Achievement Test?
I am.
And that's also used for a variety of critical educational and research settings?
It is again an academic assessment.
And that's for ages 4 through 50?
Correct.
So the defendant would have been appropriate age for that test?
Not for what I was testing, no.
You said you listened to some jail calls?
I did.
And there are hundreds of jail calls. Did you listen to all of them?
No, I did not.
And it's your opinion here today that the defendant doesn't have an inherent baseline to functionally prepare for anything?
Can you repeat what you said again?
It's your opinion that the defendant doesn't have the inherent baseline to functionally prepare for anything?
No, it is not. Is that my words verbatim?
Wait. Let the witness finish. I'm sorry, go ahead, because you both were talking at the same time.
Do you recall making that statement?
I don't. Can you refresh my memory?
May I approach?
You may.
Can you just tell me what you're showing her on what page? Dr. Stanford, page 114.
If you can take a look at lines 3 through 11.
Thank you. Okay, your question?
Do you now recall making the statement that it's your opinion the defendant doesn't have an inherent baseline to functionally prepare for anything?
I do recall, yes. Thank you.
Did you watch the video that the defendant made just before the shooting where he identifies himself as being the next school shooter and he wants to kill at least 20 people?
I did not.
And are you aware of the clothes that he chose to commit the crime?
I have not.
Did you read any of his social media posts?
I did not.
A look at any of the searches he did prior to the shooting?
Any of the
Searches on the web?
I did not.
Did you look at any of the facts in this case other than watching the confession?
I reviewed all of his academic records, his evaluation records, the calls, and the confession interview.
But not the facts of the case?
Outside
That's
of those,
his background, not the facts of the case?
besides the interview, no.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that he doesn't have the ability to functionally prepare for anything?
It is still my opinion.
I have nothing further.
Okay, anything else?
Why is it that you didn't read or look at anything about the facts of the case before you started reviewing the school records?
Because I didn't want to bias my approach to my assessment and my evaluation and analysis of the data related to his language disorder.
Okay. And you were asked about the Miranda rights test.
Yes.
Okay. Can anybody go on the internet and buy that?
No.
Okay. And you were asked about, because you're not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, are you allowed to buy it? How were you able to buy it?
I had to demonstrate by providing my credentials, my certificate of training in forensics. I had to provide my PhD degree, my master's degree, and all of my training in malingering assessment before they would take my order.
Okay. And so you were then allowed to purchase?
Yes, I was qualified.
Okay. You were also asked about why you administered tests that were for an age group, and we already talked about this, but the purpose of your testing was what?
To determine if there was the presence of a language disorder that still exists from the one that was documented in his records.
Okay, and still up on the screen is from one of the tests, and we'll just use that one as an example, the TOPS
Okay.
2. And that test is normed for 12 to 17 and 11 months, correct?
Correct.
Can it be used on individuals older than that?
Yes.
Okay, so when it says it's normed for that, but can be used older, what does that mean?
It means that they practice the test on individuals between those ages to see how they performed on that test, to be able to get the scores that we get standardized when you're qualifying a person in the school system.
Okay, and so this was not to qualify him for any services?
No, it was not.
Okay, you were just trying to find out if he still has this language disorder?
Correct.
Okay. You also were asked about a malingering test. And you gave him a malingering test?
Yes.
Okay, and you said he showed normal effort?
Yes.
Okay, and did he exhibit any other behavior to you that indicated to you that he was putting forth an acceptable effort?
Yes, so he demonstrated in all of the tests requesting for me to repeat things when there was an opportunity for him to be able to have things repeated. He would take his time, sufficient time processing information. He did actually attempt to recall information from the processing test. And so that demonstrated that he was actually trying and not saying, I don't know, and moving on.
Okay, and did he seem interested in how well he was doing?
He did.
What would he do?
He would ask me if he got it correct or how was he doing as we were going through the test.
Okay, and is that behavior, trying to determine whether he's doing well as he's going through this, is that behavior consistent with malingering?
No, it is not.
Okay. Did you choose some of the tests based on what you expected to see based on your review of the records?
I did.
And in general, were your findings and is your opinion consistent with the language delay and disorder that is documented through several years and several thousand pages of school records?
Yes, it is.
Okay, may I just have one moment?
You may.
And you were asked about a statement that you made,
Asking whether you stated that he doesn't have the inherent baseline to be able to functionally prepare for anything.
Correct.
Okay. And I want to show you, do you still have that?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm going to show you, what was that in the context of? Was that just a general opinion, or was that in relation to something specific?
It was in relation, thank you, to something specific. The question was about his ability to process information quickly, and if he's able to compensate for processing information quickly.
Okay, and that was, you were discussing a particular test?
Yes, we were discussing the problem-solving test, I believe.
Okay, so you weren't making a broad, sweeping...
I was not.
Okay. All right. May I have a moment?
You may.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take a 15-minute recess and we'll come back and get through at least some of the rest of Ms. Finney Browd's testimony. Please do not discuss the case and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Defense, when you're ready, you may continue publishing Vinay Broward's testimony.
Different policies that he had in the office, in the House office, and only to find out that he cashed them in.
You say he, you talking about
Roger.
Okay.
She had no idea that he did that. I mean, there was one or two still left, but the majority of them were cashed in.
Okay.
And there was one policy that was for $1 million. And Linda, I think the other policies paid for themselves, and that's why she didn't pay them each month. That's why she didn't know that he cashed them in. Okay? Because the $1 million policy, Linda paid all the bills. Roger would give her the money, and she would pay the bills. That's what she did. But the $1 million policy, she made that payment every month. So when it came down to that policy, I said to her, we have to set this policy up where it has to be only used for secure, for them to, what's the word I want to use? Hold on. When they trade, okay, people have policies that they use for trading purposes. Okay, they put it, it's on the market, and you could use certain parts of it and trade on them. But I told her it had to be all on secured trades only. Okay, where they couldn't just put it, let's say, on Joe Schmo's thing because they just, they just came on the market, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it had to be for secured purposes only. And then we sat down with her, and I sat down with her, and a financial person sat down with her, and, she was asked, well, what's your monthly bills? And, we had to get in touch with Social Security and see. Roger was already collecting Social Security because he was older, okay? But now it's a widow's thing, and the children collect under him once he passes away, okay? So we had to find out how much that was and how much she needed to live on in the house because it was expensive, okay? And that's when we found out that he refinanced the house several times, and it was at a maximum. So it wasn't like she could refinance it and take some money out to live on. Mm-hmm. Okay? So at that point, we set her up with a monthly thing, and she was extremely frugal. I mean, she didn't go to department stores to buy clothes, okay? She went to thrift stores. But she was always, you could see in the pictures, she was always dressed to the nines. Like you never knew those clothes came from a thrift store, okay? You would think they came from Neiman Marcus, Saks Fifth Avenue, okay? But she was like, she wasn't a spendthrift. She shopped at Walmart. Okay, that's where she went for groceries. She would not go to Publix. If that gives you some idea of how she was.
Did you become formally involved in her finances after Roger died?
Yes.
Okay. And explain, how did that happen?
Well, she called me up and she said to me, we got to go to the bank. I want to put your name on my account. So in case, God forbid, something happens to me, at least you could take care of the kids. So we went to Bank of America and I signed everything, including her safety deposit box. And that was it.
And when you say that she asked you to be on the bank account in case something happened,
She was, let me think how to describe her, how she was. She was very lonely. Even though she had Nicholas and Zachary, you know, and I think that's what helped her mentally, that she had them, okay? Because I think if she didn't have them and Roger had passed away, she would have been like a lost soul. She found it very difficult, and she would, like I said, we would be together 24/7. When my mom passed away and my brother came and everybody came, Linda was at my house every single day. And my brother asked me, does she ever go home? You know, that type of thing, because, and I said, yeah, she goes home, you know. But she needed the security. So my husband and I were there for her security.
and your mother died in what?
2006.
2006.
Mm-hmm.
And where was she buried?
My mother's buried in the same, right, 2 sleeves down from Roger, on the same wall, in the same mausoleum. That's where she is.
Okay. And did you frequently go to visit your mother's grave?
Yeah, I do, and I always visit Linda and Roger too.
Okay.
I was just there.
But before Linda died, you would go visit your mother's grave, right?
And Roger, yeah.
Okay.
Always the 2 of them together.
And were you ever able to tell when you went to the cemetery that Linda had been there?
Oh, yes.
And how was that?
Well, there would be flowers. She would tell me that, you know, she went. Because she'd always tell me, I said hello to your mother for you, type thing. And so that's how I knew that she always went. But she never brought the boys, Nicholas and Zachary. And I used to ask her, why don't you bring them there? You know? And she says, no, it's not necessary.
Do you know whether or not Linda or the boys ever went to any sort of grief therapy after Roger's death?
Yes, they went. She got in touch with this Parents Without Partners, I think it was called. And she got involved with that. And it was sort of like, to describe it, it was probably like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts type thing. And the boys would go and they'd do activities. And you know, they would be around children who either lost their mother or their father, type thing.
I think you said earlier that your husband Bruce was trying to fill the void in their home. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you a photograph. This is marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit J, and just ask if you recognize it and describe who's in that photo.
Okay. That's my husband. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You don't have to apologize.
That's my husband with Nicholas, teaching him how to ride a scooter. I think Nicholas is like 3 years old there.
And what did Nicholas and Zachary call your husband?
Oh, Uncle Brucey Monster.
Why's that?
Well, because Nicholas used to do the lion thing, so my husband would change it to be like a monster, like King Kong or Godzilla type thing, and we love those boys.
Show it to the camera if you would. Thank you. Now the Defense Exhibit number 11.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't know I was muted. No objection.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get emotional.
Don't worry.
I just want to tell you a little something. I don't know if I ever told you this.
Okay.
But right after Roger died, it was Valentine's Day. And the two boys came to my husband and I. And they said, Daddy's not going to bring Mommy flowers, candy, and a card. But we would like to. So my husband and I took them and bought flowers, a card, and candy. And they gave it to her for Valentine's Day. That wasn't too far. I don't remember what month he passed away in. It had to be like August, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But this was the Valentine's Day after. So we did do that with them.
Is that something that you did on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we fulfilled that for them, whatever they wanted to do for her.
I think you already mentioned your mom dying in 2006,
Yes.
right? And that Linda was spending a lot of time with you at that time.
Yes.
And so if we sort of jump up to when Nick starts actually going to school, did you ever become aware of any problems he was having at school?
Yes. The nursery school would call Linda because he was out of control, hitting, kicking. I even want to say one time I remember him spitting. Okay. So she'd have to go get him.
Okay.
So it started at a very young age.
And when she had to go get him at school, was this something rare or was it pretty normal?
No, it became a habit. And then the school told her that they didn't think it was the right environment. They had to find another place. I think that's when she got involved. Not 100% sure, but I think that's when she got involved with Coral Springs Elementary.
Okay.
Because they had an ESE program that was able to work with him.
And when you say ESC, can you tell me what that?
Yeah, it's, I gotta remember. Forget what it's called. It's a specific kind of education where children are in cluster groups and they're in very small classrooms. Small being children-wise. Like, I think the maximum amount in those classes are maybe 6, 7 kids, and there's always a teacher's assistant as well. Because these are all children that have different kinds of problems, whether it be acting out, occupational, physical. These kids have specific problems.
And so were you aware that Nicholas was in ESC program at
Yes.
school? And were you aware that he was receiving any of those types of special services that you just described?
Yes, he was because Nicholas had problems holding a fork. He didn't know how to cut. He couldn't use a scissor. Things his age at that time, kids already did already, that he couldn't do.
Do you have any idea whether or not he was on medication when he started going to school?
No.
Okay. Do you know if he was ever on medication when he was during his school years?
I don't remember any medications.
Okay. I'll show you the next photo, which is this might be the last one. This has been marked for identification purposes, Defense Exhibit K, and just ask you to describe that.
Okay. This was the first program. I think it was River something. My son went there. The name of the school in Parkland. And yeah, I think that's what the school, they were going to that school at the time. And then she took him out of there. I forget what other school he went to, but he went to a couple.
Again, that was for ID purposes K, and will be Defense Exhibit number 12.
No objection.
Thank you. Other things during his, once he begins going to school, which I think is around 6 years old when he first goes to school.
Regular school,
Yeah.
not pre-K or anything like that, right? Yeah.
Do you know whether or not he was ever held back?
I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe he was held back in the 2nd grade.
Okay. And based on your observations, how did he deal with schoolwork and anything that he had to do at home pertaining to school?
It was a fate worse than death to do that.
Excuse me. I'm going to object as to the vagueness of the question. I have no idea what time period you're talking about. I'm not sure how the witness would.
Okay. Well, was there a time when he started having schoolwork to do at home?
Yes.
Can you just sort of estimate how old he would have been when he was
Kindergarten.
Kindergarten, he had stuff to bring home?
Yeah.
And who would help him with that?
Linda.
Okay. And do you remember the types of exercises that he would be doing?
tracing letters, numbers, reading from books that have like few words, but to teach the kid the word. Okay, like is and so and two letter words type thing.
And when you were in the home, did you ever see them doing that type of work, Nicholas and?
Oh yes, all the time.
And I think you said you described it as being unpleasant, I think.
Yeah, because Nicholas would lose interest and run away and not want to do it. And she would tell him he has to do it. His attention span was very limited.
The boys, Nicholas and Zachary, you described earlier that Zachary had friends in the neighborhood, is that right?
Yes.
And as Nicholas and Zachary start going to school, is Nicholas involved with Zach and his friends?
Well, not really, because they didn't want to be involved with Nicholas. I mean, he was very aggressive. The kids didn't want to deal with them. But they were friends with these two boys across the street before they went to school. You know, there was two moms with two boys. And they spent a lot of time together.
Would Zachary leave the house and go play with those boys in the neighborhood?
Later on, yes. Later.
Did you ever see Nicholas riding a bike?
No, not it. My husband tried to teach him how to ride a bike. He just couldn't get the knack of it. The balancing was, he couldn't get the balancing and he'd give up, you know. But yes, my husband did try to teach him how to ride a bike.
Now, in 2008, I think you said it was, that you adopted your children?
It was the, let's see now. Tamara was 5. She was born in, so 2009. Yeah.
And how old were they when you adopted them?
My daughter was 5 and my son was 3.
Did your two adopted children, did they spend a lot of time with Nicholas and Zachary and Linda?
Yes, a lot of time. Linda would take them to the beach, you know, with Zachary and Nicholas. My children would go and swim in their pool, play in their backyard. They were together a lot.
And did they develop good relationships?
Yeah. Except we had a situation with Nicholas.
Yeah, and what was that?
And inappropriate touching with my daughter.
Okay.
And so Linda nipped that in the bud right away.
Okay.
You know, and Nicholas would be aggressive with them, but there was always an adult there to limit the amount of aggression that he could show to my daughter and son.
Okay. Did you, as a result of that, did you limit the time that you spent with the Cruz family?
No. No.
And as they continued to grow up, did your adopted children and Nicholas and Zachary still have close friendships?
No, because I had a falling out with Linda, and they were still young. Wait, let me backtrack.
Yeah.
May I?
Sure.
Okay. Is it okay with you, Mr. Marcus, that I backtrack?
Yes, Ms. Brown.
Okay. I noticed that Linda was becoming very, like, not as close with me as she was. I noticed that we weren't communicating on a daily basis like we used to. We used to talk to each other all day long, okay? I noticed a big change in her mentally, where she was like very secretive and not as open with me as she used to be. And I did notice that happen before this.
Okay.
Okay, and then she would still come to my house without the boys. And I would say to her, "Where's the boys? Nicholas and Zachary." "Oh, they're home with their friends." I found it very odd because Zachary had friends, but Nicholas had none. I couldn't see that she would leave Nicholas home by himself. If that makes any sense to you.
Yeah. Did that change that you perceived in Linda coincide with any other event?
Well, she had become friends with this lady, Roxanne. And I noticed that when she became friends with Roxanne, that she distanced herself from me. And I think that was the start of our deterioration of our friendship. I'd say to her, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm going with Roxanne here," or "I'm doing this with Roxanne." And Roxanne lived next door to her, okay? Okay. I mean, I had my own business at the time, so I was busy myself, okay? But I kind of noticed that she was like not the same Linda. That we didn't have the closeness anymore. I kind of noticed that. And after a while, it really hurt my feelings. So I started to back away as well. And then the incident happened with the bank.
And I think, well, you tell me approximately what year do you think the incident with the bank account was?
See. Ooh. I think maybe 2012. I think. I'm not 100% sure.
It's all right. And if you can just sort of take us through what happened with the bank account incident.
Linda called, I told you in the beginning that she had put me on all her accounts. So Linda called me up and she said, "Can you meet me at Bank of America? I want to take your name off the account." And I said, "Okay." And I met her there. And she took my name off all the accounts. And I asked her why. And she said she just didn't feel comfortable anybody on the account with her. Okay? I didn't question her because it's not my business why she wants to do something. So, but I was very hurt. Because prior to this happening, I had asked her one day, since I was on the account, my paycheck was drawn on Bank of America. And so they were downstairs in the building where I worked. And I would cash my check. And I'd have to pay the $5 or the $15 to cash my check because I didn't have an account there. And so one day I said to her, Linda, would it be okay if I let them know that I'm on your account so I don't have to pay the fee to cash my check? And she said, sure, no problem. So when I went to cash my check, I didn't have to pay the fee anymore. And so she calls me up one day and she said to me, Finney, did you ever apply for a bank card for my account? I said, no. I said, matter of fact, they used to ask me every time I was cashing my check, do you want a card? And I'd say, no, I don't need one. Okay? And she said, because there have been 3 $200 withdrawals in Aventura in an ATM machine. Well, I didn't even know at that time where the hell Aventura was. I didn't even know it existed. Okay? So I said, well, it definitely wasn't me. I said, you need to call the bank right away and let them know that there's fraud on your account. Okay, she said. The next day, there were detectives and police officers at my job. And it seems that the bank that was downstairs in my building had somebody who worked there that was having cards mailed to an abandoned house in Miami, okay, under different people's names. And that's who it was. Because there was 26 people, including my boss, that were scammed. And so I told her, call her right away. And I said to her, you need to call the Hollywood Police Department because this happened here today, okay? And they need to know about yours. And that's where I left it. And then the next thing I know, not too long after that, she asked to take my name off the accounts.
How did you feel about her taking you off the account?
I was very hurt. I felt that the incident that happened gave her reason to not trust me, that I would do something like that to her after being friends and close like sisters for all those years. It was like I couldn't get over it. And it was that point that I had to back away. And that's when our friendship unraveled.
You know, well, after she asked you to meet her at the bank and take you off the bank account, did you ever go to her house ever again? Do you remember, or was that pretty much the end of your?
That was pretty much the end.
Okay. And did you see her ever after the bank incident?
Yes, because a few years before this happened, I needed to buy a car, and she went with me to the dealer, and she bought the car, and she took out the loan for the car, and I made the payments, and never late, went right to the bank, made the payments every month, and then when the car was paid off, her and I met at the tag place to sign the ownership over to me.
Okay.
And that's the first time I had seen her in a very long time. I was a little bit taken back of how she looked because we used to do each other's hair, okay? And her hair was longer than normal and completely gray. So I was a little taken back by it because, like I said, we used to color each other's hair or frost each other's hair, stuff like that. So she looked older when I saw her. And I said to her, how are the boys? And she said, not so good. And we were supposed to get together. That never happened.
And at this point, was Linda still living in the big house in Parkland?
Yes.
All right. And then, was that the last time you ever saw Linda?
Yes.
Can you tell us about how you learned that Linda had died?
Maria called me. Roger's daughter.
Okay.
Called me and said that Linda passed away. She said, I don't know if you know, but I'm calling to let you know that Linda passed away. I was devastated.
Did you know that she was sick or anything?
Nope. I had no clue or anything. There was no communication, no nothing.
And that was what year?
I know it was November.
Yes, ma'am.
I really don't remember the year, to tell you the truth.
I think 2017. Does that
Yeah, I
sound
was going to
right?
say about, yeah.
So it had been, am I correct that it had been years since you'd spoken
Yes.
to or seen Linda?
Yes.
And
My husband did speak to her once in a while, but not me.
Okay.
I just couldn't forgive her for her thinking I would ever do anything to hurt her.
What did you do when you heard that she had died?
I cried. No matter what happened, I just felt a loss. And I blamed myself for not being there for her because I heard that she was sick with like bronchitis or pneumonia or something like that. And that she didn't want to go to the doctor, which was very unusual for her. And I was like, I feel bad that I wasn't there. That, you know, you should be alive today. I used to push her to do things. I was like her voice because she wasn't an aggressive person, you know. And she would listen to people talk in her ear type thing, and she would think they were giving her the right advice because it sounded good to her. But it wasn't always the best advice.
And when you say she wasn't aggressive, I'm just wondering, because I think sometimes that term is used in a negative sense, but sometimes it can be a positive thing depending on the situation. So when you say she wasn't aggressive, what do you mean by that?
She wasn't aggressive when it came to like finding things out, going the extra mile. You know, if she called somebody and they told her something, she would believe them. She wouldn't do the research, you know, that maybe they're not telling her the truth or the whole truth or whatever it is. or whatever the situation was. Okay? Like, the school with Nicholas, okay? When he was in Coral Springs, and he was in that program, that my son also was in the same program later on, okay? She would just go with the flow of whatever they tell her in these meetings and stuff like that. But she never went the extra mile to, like, take him to therapy. Or, at that time, okay? Take him to therapy. Or, get a diagnosis. Have him tested. That type thing. Have Nicholas tested or anything like that. Because she didn't know any better. She would believe whatever you told her. Especially if you're in the school, you're an authority. She believes what you tell her.
Did you ever hear about a funeral for Linda?
Nope. It wasn't until Maria told me that she passed away that they decided to cremate her. And I'm like, cremate her? Everything was paid for except her burial. We made sure everything was paid for. I don't think she picked out her casket yet, okay? Not to be morbid, but the whole thing was paid for when Roger died. So the only thing they had to do was pick out a casket, open up the mausoleum that they charge you for, slide her in, and that would have been it. I don't know who ever said to cremate her. That was never, ever, ever, ever discussed. The whole time I knew her. I never heard her say that. I don't know who made that decision, but it is what it is. And to put her ashes inside that mausoleum when it should have been her as a whole.
We were just talking about the death of your friend, Linda Cruz.
Right.
And I just wanted to jump back to ask you one thing that I neglected to ask you before. And I was just hoping that you could describe to us, we talked a lot about the interaction between Nicholas and Linda. Can you describe to us the relationship between Linda and Zach?
Oh, very loving. A little more lenient with Zachary. Not as like on top of him as she was with Nicholas. Meaning on top, I mean like not watching every move. Not being, she didn't have to be around Zachary 24/7. He would go to a friend's house. He would participate in something, like he played soccer. She would have to leave the soccer field sometimes because Nicholas didn't want to stay there. So she would have her friend or whoever was another parent, keep an eye on Zachary while he was playing, but she would have to leave the field with Nicholas because he didn't want to stay there. And he would act out. He would also annoy other people, like running around and blocking their vision and stuff like that.
Were there other things that Zach liked to do or wanted to do that Nicholas would interfere with?
Well, I know he was very sports oriented. And I know that he likes skateboarding. And a lot of his friends would do that. Zach was able to ride a bike. Zach was able to do things that Nicholas could not do. And that would upset Nicholas. And so then Linda would have to intervene, you know. And so she would tell Zach, you have to take your brother with you, you know, or you can't go. And that would upset Zachary because his friends didn't like him. It's not that they didn't like him, they didn't like the way he acted, okay? And his aggressiveness. They didn't like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, he wanted to do something and they didn't want to do it. So he would act out in an aggressive manner.
Did, in your observations of the boys after Roger died, which was, what, 2004, right? Up until the time that you and...
4? No.
When Roger died? It was
2004?
I believe so.
Okay.
But from that time until you and Linda had your falling out,
right.
Did Nicholas and Zachary, were they close, or did their relationship change after Roger died?
Oh no, they were close. After Roger died, yes, they were close. It wasn't until they, you know, got older that their relationship changed.
And did they still have a somewhat of a loving relationship, or did they get to the point where they didn't get along?
No, they had a loving relationship. Brother, they had, they had a brotherly relationship.
Things, I think.
Well, you know, brothers, they fight, they argue.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one thing that you mentioned was that your experience with your adopted son, you feel like gave you some insight into Nicholas.
Oh, yes.
And can you tell me what you meant by that?
Okay. I noticed the aggressiveness in my adopted son. I noticed the tantrums in my adopted son. Same kind of tantrums like Nicholas was having. A lot of things in comparison were the same. You know, actions, and like my son couldn't verbalize himself either. You know, that type thing.
Okay. Let me just check my notes here. The last thing I wanted to ask you to do, Ms. Brown, was just describe to us a gift that Linda gave to you.
Among all of them.
And the one that I...
Very special to me.
Yeah, and tell us what it is.
It's a blanket.
And when did she give it to you?
Christmas of... Oh, Jesus. I can't even tell you the year. It was so long ago.
It's okay. When you were in New York or in Florida?
No, here.
Okay.
Here, in my house in Tower. She had given it to me.
And can you read to us what is on the blanket?
Yeah, it says, sister, in big letters, someone to share joys and dreams, a keeper of secrets, one whom we can always be ourselves with, a supporting fan, a shoulder to cry on, and a partner in life's ups and downs. Sister, ... Best friend for life. Love, Linda.
Just for the benefit of everybody, is that the blanket that you just read
Yes.
from?
Unfortunately, it's kind of fallen apart after all these years. But this is the blanket.
Can you show us where Linda's name is on the bottom?
Yes. Is
Thank
it done?
I appreciate that.
No,
Yes.
that was the end of direct.
Okay. Seems like it's a good place to end for the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, have a safe drive home. Please remember not to discuss the case with anyone, including your close friends and family members. I'll leave your notepads behind, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.